European Anti-Poverty Network, and I'm here today to moderate the session on the windfall tax. We have a fantastic panel. I will let them introduce themselves in a minute. For now, I would like to remind you that on Channel 1 we have English interpretation, and on Channel 2 the Spanish language. So we are here today to talk about the impact of the response of the European Union to the energy crisis, and the topic we chose is the tax justice. We know that in many countries there were a lot of price intervention, windfall tax one of them. So the idea is to explore with our speakers the impact and the solution, the impact on the most vulnerable and the solutions to eradicate energy poverty by improving social and tax justice. So the first speaker on our list is Caroline. I will let her introduce by herself.
My name is Caroline van der Hove. I'm the coordinator of the Belgium Anti-Poverty Network. We're a member of the European Anti-Poverty Network. Our mission is to represent the voice of people experiencing poverty in Belgium and also at European level through our membership of EEPN. And for this, we work very closely with our regional members and their local associations. Yeah, for us it's very important that the voices from the field are being heard at different policy levels, at national level, but also at European level. I would like to start with a few testimonies of people in poverty who are very badly affected by the energy crisis. Virginie was supposed to be with us today. She's a person experiencing poverty, but unfortunately she's sick, so she can't be here today. But I can very briefly share her experience. She has a medical condition, and that's why she can only work part-time. She's a single mother, so it's very difficult to make ends meet as a single mother with 2 children and a part-time job. Within Belgium, she benefited from the social tariff, which is a measure to reduce the energy bill for people who have an income below the poverty threshold or just at the same level as the poverty threshold. But still for her it was very difficult to warm her house because she's living in a house that is badly insulated. This affected negatively her health because of the health condition she already has, and also her 2 children in terms of education and so on. And it also brings a lot of stress to make ends meet, but also to live in those conditions. I don't know if some of you heard, but in Belgium there was a big decision on the social tariff 2 weeks ago. During the COVID crisis, it was already decided to extend the social tariff to more people, to also link it to income. It's called linked to the Statut BIM technically, but mainly it means that people with a low income at the poverty threshold or just or below it can benefit from it. Now it has decided, because energy prices are declining, it has been decided to cut it for around 400,000 families, which means 800,000 people in total. And until now, around 2 million people could benefit from it, or 1 million families, and this corresponds with the number of people in energy poverty. So basically it means that people who are facing energy poverty will now, they can't benefit anymore from this support within a few months. And it's mostly people who get this tariff through their income. So it's mainly people who work that are being affected by this decision. And Karin is one of these persons. She is 58. And when this decision was made to cut the social tariff for her, at the same time her rent was also going up, and this has already increased for about €100 during the last 2 years. So and this we see for many people, that different measures are coming together, which make it very difficult for them to make ends meet. And for her, this measure was very important. She doesn't know how she will pay her bills, her energy bill and the other bills. She has calculated that now the energy bill will go up from €100 to around €370 per month, which is a lot if you have a low income. And it also leads to a lot of stress. And maybe also important to mention is that she's in contact with one of the local anti-poverty organizations, and for her this is very important. And since the COVID crisis, those organizations have done a lot of work to stay connected with people in poverty, so it's also very important to mention this as a solution to ensure that people stay connected to society. So in terms of solutions, I would like to start with this, that at a social tariff, we know it's not a structural solution. It is a solution for now to make sure that people can make their, still pay their bill. And it's not because at the moment energy prices are going down. It means the energy crisis is over. According to recent numbers in Belgium, still 1 in 5 people are in energy poverty. So we still need support. It leads to a lot of stress, a very insecure situation, and there are no structural solutions in place. With the climate organizations, there has been a lot of discussions on structural solutions, also in the frame of the carbon tax. There are many points of view on this, but there is an agreement, consensus within Belgium that this type of tax should be social. So when it's introduced, it shouldn't be that social measures are an afterthought, and that it's only to alleviate some of the effects of the carbon tax. No, at the same time, we need to have structural solutions to also look for social justice. And we see 4 structural solutions that need to be put in place. First of all people should have an income above the poverty threshold. This is, of course, a fight which has been led by EAPN and also the members of EAPN for more than a decade. Now at the European level, we also have this recommendation. We always asked for a directive, so we do hope that we will see some effect, because with the different crises, it's really necessary. Secondly, there needs to be a solution for mobility. There needs to be investment in public transportation, and at the same time we also need to have solutions for people that live in rural areas, where with the public transportation it's more difficult to make the connection. What is also a very important measure for us, and in Belgium we call it to have a deal housing energy, and it means we need to have massive investment in insulation of buildings, and we need to start with those buildings where people in poverty live, and also people from the lower middle class, because this is also a big difference that we see with the other crises that our society has faces, that the energy crisis has affected a lot also the lower middle class and people that are working. And then lastly, access to healthy food also should be ensured. So yeah, this is my introduction for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think you reflected on 2 very important things. One is the lack or still insufficient target measures that reach out to the people in need when it comes to tax measures or energy subsidies, like, as you said, a social tariff, but also the need to reconcile and still combine the social and climate objectives, so the green transition and the Green Deal, which cannot be forgotten in this energy crisis. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Josu, who is going to introduce himself and explain the role of the cities in tackling the green transition and energy poverty. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. I'm a member of, I'm part of C40 Cities, which is a network of mayors of around 100 cities from all over the world, collaborating to fight the climate crisis. And we all know that the climate emergency and the rising inequalities, and together with the pandemic and the cost of living crisis, require an unprecedented response to match the scale of the interconnected crisis. And that's why C40 works with its member cities to halve emissions within this decade, while improving equity and social justice and building community resilience. I joined C40 a couple of years ago, just when we launched our Global Green New Deal initiative. And I've had the chance to work hand in hand with some committed mayors and city officials from some of the European cities to unpack how the just green transition can be translated into local action. No? And yeah, I think European cities are like innovation labs to test strategies that can ensure that everyone can participate in and benefit from the green transition. No? If we think about it, 75% of European residents live in cities, and currently 70% of EU legislation is implemented by subnational governments. And well, cities represent the closest level of government to residents, and city services and infrastructure is essential for the innovations that are needed to tackle the current energy crisis. So, yeah, cities also have a unique knowledge of who and where are the most vulnerable people in their community, and also have the capacity to convene local stakeholders and key partners to act quickly. No? Usually, together with civil society, cities are the first ones to respond to emergencies and to crises. No? And back in April 2022, just a few weeks after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, C40 mayors warned that collective government failure to act faster on the green transition has put millions of European residents in a situation of energy poverty. And they put forward an energy crisis emergency plan to protect residents by scaling up investment in cities. No? This emergency plan focuses on what we call the 3 Rs, no? The relief, retrofits, and renewable energies. No? And it outlines 10 key measures that can effectively reduce energy bills, remove reliance on gas, create good green jobs, and help the European region meeting the climate targets. No? But at the same time, they were putting forward this plan. They also called on national governments to scale up their response to the energy crisis, and including prioritizing recovery funds and windfall taxes, and devolving to cities the powers that they need to effectively respond to the energy crisis. No? And yeah, I think cities have this capacity to turn EU and national targets into tangible action and results, but yeah, they need additional support and funding from national and European governments. No? And yeah, I think, in fact, a real green just transition can only be achieved with the integration and coordination of local, national, and European policies. No? And yeah, it will be only with this effective collaboration with local stakeholders, civil society, and cities and national and European governments that we will be able to address the energy crisis and the climate crisis.
Thank you very much. I think you made a very important point that city and the local level is very important, because it's the first place where all people, but particularly vulnerable people, would go to ask assistance and support, and also to implement a good and inclusive governance model. For example, I don't know if you worked on this, but we in EAPN, we do recommend to implement one-stop shops as a governance model in all municipalities. So as a place where people in need can go and ask for energy audit, legal assistance, trainings, and a lot of services that they wouldn't get because access to information also is very difficult for many people. I will leave the floor to Adela to introduce herself and her topic. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adela Teserova. I work at the European Commission in the Department of Energy, in the unit responsible for consumers and just transition. And among other things, we work on energy poverty. So I have come here to, first of all, listen and to hear for what practitioners from the field have to say. Of course, energy poverty has very much risen to the forefront during the energy crisis. Not that it would not exist before, but it became more severe. The problem became more severe and has touched many more people. So while before the crisis, we usually said, 10% of our population has problems paying the energy bills, while most of the population was not thinking much about paying their energy bills, which is also one of the reasons why the green transition is quite slow, because people didn't have any incentive to insulate their houses or to think about renewables, because they were paying their energy bills. But this has, of course, changed with the crisis, and many more people experience what it means to be energy poor, or what it means not to be able to pay energy bills and have to. And of course, this is not only due to the increase in energy prices, but due to the increase of prices across the economy, partly due to higher energy prices, but also due to wider reasons. So of course this comes together with other pressures on people's budgets and people, so it's not only the energy bill which is becoming more difficult. So I think this is a good opportunity to really tackle the problem. And as Caroline also said, of course, we need structural solutions. So in the short term, this is about providing support to people who need it. And of course, here the Commission agrees that the measures taken by member states were not targeted. They were not targeted on the energy poor, but they were not even targeted on the middle income households. Very often, they were general measures. So basically everyone received a lump sum support. Everyone benefited from a VAT exemption or But in fact, this support was not enough for those who really needed it, and it was unnecessary for those who didn't need it. So in this way, governments have wasted a lot of money, and they were not really able to help those really in need. So that's something that Commission is of course aware. Yeah, I think I'll stop here. I'm happy to come in if you have some other questions and so on. Thank you.
I do have questions, but I would prefer to also let the other two speakers share their points, and maybe then I'll ask to the panelists if you have a question for each other, because I do personally, but I would first give the floor to you. So please, Pasco, you can introduce yourself and share, if possible, your perspective on windfall taxes and the accountability of fossil fuel companies in this crisis.
Yeah, brilliant. Hello, can you hear? Cool. So my name's Pasco Sabido. I work for Corporate Europe Observatory. We try and expose and roll back corporate power through doing investigations into corporate lobbying. So I'm going to talk a bit about this. And for the translators, I'm from the UK, so I have a tendency to talk quickly. So just wave at me if I talk too quickly. Cool. So I guess this event is how can we have some more structural changes? How can we move? You know, a windfall tax has been great, but how can we go even further to help the energy poor, but beyond that, to you know, tackle climate change, tackle these multiple crises? Doing so is a big question, and really to do so, we probably need to understand where we are today and why we're here, to think about how can we get even further. So I was just gonna, maybe remind people, I'm sure everyone's aware, on Friday, it's the 1-year anniversary of Ukraine. It's quite a lot of time has gone back since. But it's worth pointing out that's not when the energy crisis began. Energy prices were already really high, even if we keep hearing this narrative of everything started on the 24th of February. So it's worth bearing this in mind. But a lot has happened since then, including the Commission's Repower EU sort of response. But I wanted to just tell a little story that the day before Repower EU came out, the Commission President von der Leyen, the DG Energy Commissioner Simpson, met on a Zoom call with the CEOs of Shell, BP, Total, Eni, and then Vattenfall and E.ON. So 6 of the biggest energy companies in the world, let alone Europe. And they met to give their advice on what Repower should and shouldn't contain. You know, what's feasible, what measures that the Commission was putting across are feasible. I mean, that already makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable that this is who they're meeting to tell them what's feasible. But anyway, this was the way the meeting went. And of course, what they pushed for, we're seeing it now. More pipelines, more LNG terminals, more gas being imported. Despite us already having a huge energy crisis caused by gas. They were also pushing for long-term contracts for fracked US gas. That means it's going to lock us into more gas for another 20 years. Who pays the price? The energy poor pay the price through their bills. You know, this publicly funded infrastructure doesn't come out of thin air. It's paid for by public money and is often passed on to bill payers. So to bear this in mind. So the energy poor are being paid. But in that same meeting, these CEOs said, but we need to protect the most vulnerable. And that sounds good. We'd probably agree with that. But then you ask how and who pays for it? Well, actually, they were all lobbying, or at least the big oil and gas companies were all lobbying against a windfall tax in this meeting and subsequently. So my organisation, along with l'Observatoire des Multinationales and Recommon, brought out a piece of research looking at the lobbying that had gone on since Ukraine. And it came out in October. This was part of the Fossil Free Politics campaign. And we saw a huge amount of lobbying against windfall taxes. So, I mean, the top line, I think you may have heard yesterday, but already since the invasion of Ukraine, the fossil fuel industry has enjoyed more than 100 meetings with top-level European Commission officials. So, you know, the president, her staff, etc. That's more than one every other day, or that is one every other day. And we've got new research coming out on Friday, which shows that figure, brought up to date, has almost doubled. But that's under embargo, so please don't share it. But what they were pushing to do was to weaken the windfall tax, to make sure this windfall tax doesn't affect their profits, because ultimately these are profit-making companies and their responsibility is to their shareholder. That lobbying coincided with the European Commission itself proposing weak windfall taxes, with national governments also weakening their own windfall taxes or not putting them forward, and a lack of political action. And with the fossil fuel industry, it's interesting to hear, so why don't they want a windfall tax? And one of the reasons is, well, that's going to really impact how much money they spend on renewables. But actually, currently, Shell is being sued in the US for lying about how much it spends on renewables. Included in this figure, this hugely inflated figure, also includes gas investments. So the whole idea that this money, that if we didn't tax them, they would spend this money on the transition is complete rubbish. And the fact that they're lobbying against it shows, I mean, for me, it shows a really bad faith. But the eventual solidarity contribution brought through by the European Commission, we can't call it a tax, as they didn't have competency for that, but the eventual contribution that came through was actually full of quite a few loopholes. So it included extraction, it included the refinery business, it didn't include the petrol stations, it didn't include the trading, and a lot of these energy companies make a lot of their money through speculation, through futures trading, but that wasn't included in the tax. And so it's unlikely to bring in this much lauded 140 billion that Timmermans has been talking about, 140 billion from the solidarity contribution. And it's worth looking at how the companies in that room responded when it was brought in. So Shell made 40 billion last year. It's not bad, biggest ever profits. And it paid 520 million under the EU's windfall tax, just over 1% of its bumper profits. But it's worth bearing in mind that between 2018 and 2021, it paid zero tax in the North Sea. For its extraction in the North Sea. It had huge tax breaks. So the idea that they're paying us tax on the one hand, whilst we're giving them loads of money on the other, means actually they're not really paying anything. And Exxon, who made 56 billion last year, $56 billion, huge, has publicly said it would need to pay more than 2 billion in the windfall tax, but it doesn't want to, so it's suing the Commission instead. And that's the sort of response we see. So even if there is something that has loopholes in it to try and claw back money that actually should be used to be directed to tackling energy poverty, instead the Commission's being sued. I mean, I'm going to maybe skip over. There's a few things the CEOs also said in that meeting. Don't fiddle with the market. Von der Leyen agreed. She didn't say the energy market was broken until October last year, despite for an entire year people seeing their bills going through the roof and denying it was broken for many time. And they also agreed to create a task force on sourcing new gas, on tackling the energy crisis. And this task force, is supposed to move us away from Russian gas. And it was purely made up of gas companies. So you can see who the Commission is putting in charge of getting us out of this crisis. It's the gas industry, the same industry that's got us into this crisis by locking us into all this gas. And the question we had was, so where's the cost of living task force? Why aren't groups here being brought together to be listened to by the European Commission in the face of this crisis? But if we were to have a task force, what could be some of the recommendations? And I think Caroline already came with some. We heard from Majosu as well. I wanted to add a few more that are perhaps a little bit more structural. I think we heard some yesterday as well. And I think a price cap is a clear thing. So going beyond a temporary price cap and across the EU, I think we did have one agreed in December in the EU, but it needs to be far more ambitious and links to specific European conditions rather than global ones. I think public and democratic ownership is something that has come up quite a few times, but it's not fully landed. So I think we need to also think, what do we mean by this? We don't mean old school nationalization, where these companies are run like private companies for shareholders, even if that shareholder's public. We need a socialization, where there's democratic control and ownership of these companies, and we get to decide what happens to them. We get to decide the future of our energy company, not the energy market. It's to make it accountable to workers and communities. So yesterday, the Spanish Secretary of State for the 2030 Agenda said the right to energy is a way to tackle poverty, tackle energy poverty, and public ownership underpins this. So I think this is key. Like, if we really want to tackle energy poverty, we really want to ensure there's a right to energy, doing that through private companies is incredibly difficult. So public ownership really underpins this, and putting people before profit. But I think we need to take a serious look at the energy market itself. It's clearly broken. Von der Leyen said so, but it doesn't just need tweaks to fix it. It's inherently systemically broken. Liberalization has failed. It's in the hands of the fossil fuel industry. who are making huge profits whilst 50 million people are currently in energy poverty. I think that figure is likely to go up, and it hides a lot. So what are the alternatives? And this is the sort of the big question, isn't it? And so one alternative, can we have a European cooperation area? Rather than competition, we cooperate, where we put the needs of people first. We put the needs of the planet first before profit. Could we have cooperation between public interest energy companies or publicly owned energy companies and public price setting? You know, this is, I guess, linked to the price cap, but this was also proposed yesterday by the Spanish Secretary of State. These all sound like great things, but the reality is, as it stands, we're heading for a future of gas. I think even if we have a tweaked energy market from the electricity market reform, we're still heading towards gas. We're locking in huge amounts of infrastructure. And that's in part because the Commission has traditionally and still does give the keys to the car to the gas industry. I mean, in the gas package that's just recently been voted in ITRE, the gas industry is in charge. For 10E, the Trans-European Network on energy, the gas industry was again put in charge. So this is highly problematic that we're still heading towards gas. So if we really want to change and realise these policies, or at least try and look beyond this temporary windfall tax, what are the two conditions? And so I've just outlined two. Number one, we need to kick the fossil fuel industry out of politics. I think we need to tackle that influence that is ensuring we remain locked into fossil fuels. Because rather than being held accountable for this crisis, they've managed to profit from it and gain even more power. So this is the complete opposite of what we need to see. So we need to kick them out. But importantly, the flip side of this is if we're going to kick them out, we need to start listening to people. So we do need to start listening to energy poverty groups, to trade unions, to social justice groups, housing groups, women's groups, whose voices have been really absent. And that, not just listening because they've got the solutions, but how do we build the political support to do so at local, national and EU level? So as Fossil-Free Politics, the campaign, we're demanding that the industry task force I spoke about gets scrapped, and instead we create a task force made up of those voices fighting on the front lines of the cost of living and energy crises. And maybe just as a short bit of publicity beforehand, we've got an event on Monday in the European Parliament trying to do exactly this with a sort of cross-party group. So we'd really love anyone who's around in Brussels, come along. And if you can't, no worries. But if you do have 2 minutes, we've also got a petition calling to kick the fossil fuel industry out of politics and listen to the voices of those on the front line. So yeah, please. I'm not very good at plugging. I'm going to plug now. Go and sign, come to our event, and I really look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I think you touched upon very important point about how much systemic and structural is this crisis. It's not only about the ongoing energy crisis. There is a whole system and governance model that doesn't work for people, but works more for profit. And of course, there are many examples. You mentioned a few of them. The price caps, for example, we saw that also in our network when we monitor how the price capping was applied. We also saw that in parallel there were fossil fuel subsidies. So in a way, there were a contradiction also there. We also still see that the price of cheaper renewable energy is not felt by consumers, unfortunately, because the gas still set the price for decarbonized electricity. And your reflection about a public ownership, which is not only about let's nationalize everything, but let's include consumers in the decision-making process. Let's maybe socialize the process. I think it's very important. We need to reflect more about how the services and the service provider for the public interest should work for the people and not for profit. As you mentioned the Commission, I will give Adela the opportunity to reply if you want. Or if you don't want, I will give the floor to them. So just let us know.
Maybe very briefly, I think, I mean, of course, I understand that. I mean, there is always there is a lobby of big companies, which is a fact at all sectors. That's comment number one. Comment number two is that, and I'm working on Repower EU. For me, Repower EU has one clear objective, which is to speed up the European Green Deal. And that's also my perception, what we are doing in DG Energy. And that's the only solution also to energy poverty. We, of course, cannot continue subsidizing people to pay their fossil fuel energy bills. We need to help them renovate their buildings and install renewables. That's what we need to do. And that's the structural solutions to energy poverty the Commission is talking about. So my perception of what we have been doing last year is maybe a bit different, but thank you.
It's good to hear from this different perspective. I think is the reason why we are all here together. Please, Tove, you can introduce yourself and share your. I think it's working.
I hope
Try.
it is. Yes, I think it's working now.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Tove Riding, and I am the tax coordinator at the European Network on Debt and Development. And it's great to be here and already see a very interesting debate kick off. We come at this from the perspective of having in-depth knowledge about the tax system and the basic questions about why poverty exists when there obviously is no lack of money in the world. And that's very much due to the fact that the tax system has become a system where if you have enough money, you can buy your way out. I know there's been a lot of discussions about the 15% minimum tax for corporations. The first thing to know is that that deal is not going to guarantee that corporations pay minimum 15%. There are a number of loopholes in the agreement. Multinational corporations are still going to pay very low tax rates. Tax havens is still a very big thing. So these are some of the issues that we work on normally, but we're also very much looking to the energy taxation discussion now because it's coming up as such a big thing. And the first question we have is, why are we so focused on the carbon tax? Of course, the answer is obvious. We're looking for this magic solution that's going to create an incentive to stop polluting, and it's going to bring in the money at the same time. But we have several problems with the discussion. The first one is that at best, we hear that the carbon tax will not have a negative impact on the poorest. Our starting point was that we were supposed to combat the inequality crisis, that we have a poverty crisis to resolve. So when I see a proposal that promises that maybe at the very best, the poor will not get poorer, that's a job not done for me. So that's the first problem that we have with the debate. Secondly, the incentives that the carbon taxes create do not hit everyone the same way. For, let's say, a single mother household that is struggling with the energy bill, a carbon tax is de facto a very strict regulation. There is no choice. There's a debate about maybe in the future you'll get a way to insulate your house, perhaps. But de facto, when the energy bill goes up, that is a very, very tough type of regulation if you do not have the money to pay. If you're, let's say, Jeff Bezos and you would like to spend a lot of carbon going to space, then carbon taxes might make it more expensive, but you still have a choice. That's the thing with the rich. That's why we call them rich, is because they have a lot of money. So when we use price incentives to try and change the behavior of the rich, it's in the nature of their wealth that they still have a choice. So we risk turning carbon into a luxury good, something you can do if you're wealthy. And that is perhaps a very good definition of an unjust transition. But coming to this, we also wonder, why are we not looking at the broader tax system? Let's look at the question of where do we find the money for the green transition? The numbers that we're talking about when we're talking about windfall profit taxes and carbon taxes are relatively small compared to the numbers we're looking at if we start tackling tax havens. So the first thing we can do for the green transition is to start repairing our tax systems by making sure that we tax the rich and we tax the multinational corporations. Make sure that we have a corporate tax system that functions so that multinational corporations also pay their share of tax. And let's make sure that the wealthy can't hide their wealth in tax havens anymore. There's going to come a lot of money for the green transition. And secondly, there is also a way of looking at some types of carbon emissions that are particularly problematic. There is such a thing as luxury goods. If we look at things like private jets and mega yachts, it's not a question of should we have those areas taxed more than others. It's a question of could we try and reduce the tax incentives that creates a lot of tax benefits if you have a private jet or a yacht. I encourage everyone to go and Google the tax incentives for mega yachts in Malta. The fascinating part is that the bigger your boat is, the lower your tax. And if you get above 24 meters, that's when you hit the lowest tax. The discussion is absurd, but we see it a lot in tax. It's because the yacht, it's so big that it's international. It can be in international waters. It's very difficult to tax it. And countries start competing about trying to attract these mega yachts. And that's the key issue with the tax discussion, is that we have a complete collapse of international cooperation among governments. That's why we have tax havens. And that's what we need to stop. So this is what we need to look at to try and create an effective tax on extreme luxury goods. When we look at these luxury goods, we also need to ask ourselves the question, are there areas where perhaps we should just regulate and ban things? Are there things that are so polluting that perhaps I'm not taking a position on going to outer space, but there are some areas where you think, is this really what humanity needs at this point in time? So remembering regulation and then looking at the very obvious options we have for finding progressive ways to raise money for the green transition and to stop the worst types of pollution. On the windfall tax, I love it. It's great. It's not a magic solution, but it sets a very interesting precedent that we have been missing. It shows it is possible to do a tax that targets fossil fuel corporations. It shows that there are some corporations where we have particular concerns, and we can do particular taxes targeting them. We've seen a similar discussion on digital giants. That's a long and different story, but it's very, very interesting because now we can start doing polluter pays taxes that are actually targeting the world's biggest polluters. The windfall profit tax, it's very, very gentle start, and it's temporary, and there's a lot of things that obviously need to be looked at. But we need to keep this principle and say, okay, we can tax fossil fuel corporations. We know these corporations from the tax discussions because the tax system functions particularly badly when it comes to taxing them. Pasco mentioned some great examples of multinational corporations in the fossil fuel industry that have really managed to find the loopholes. So we actually have a particular problem. But at the international level, let's try and look at whether the profits of fossil fuel corporations is an area where there should be an extra tax, both because you're highly profitable and you're highly wealthy, and therefore in a progressive tax system, you should pay a higher amount of tax. But on top of that, your profits came from polluting the planet, and we're all going to have to pay for that. So we're going to tax you to help us clean up the mess that you made when you were making profits. So very, very good precedents, and let's work on this. There's a lot of exciting stuff that can be done with this principle. And the last point I wanted to mention is just on these European taxes that we're not allowed to call taxes because EU doesn't do taxes. The carbon border adjustment mechanism is also a concerning development. Basically, the argument for having a mechanism basically functions like a border tax on imports from outside the EU. The argument is that we have carbon leakage. our big corporations are going to move to other countries if we don't have a border tax. Now, first of all, this problem's not very documented. But what we have now is a carbon border adjustment mechanism that, for example, hits a country like Mozambique particularly hard. This is a least developed country. We're flipping the whole international climate agreement on its head. The idea was that the rich countries will pay climate finance to the poor countries to help pay for the problem that was mainly created by the rich countries. When we have carbon border adjustment mechanisms that hit countries like Mozambique, suddenly Mozambique is actually paying money to the EU. This is all backwards, and we need to get back to the principle that Mozambique did not play a big role in the global climate problem. So I think we have some good principles that are developing within the initiatives that we're seeing. But when it comes to some of these solutions, like the carbon tax, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, we cannot forget the inequality crisis. We cannot forget the poverty crisis. It's not enough to say, maybe this won't be so bad for the poor. We have to solve the inequality crisis as well. So what we do on the green transition, what we do on environmental tax, it has to help the poor, both at an individual level as well as at a global level, where we need to fight the inequality between countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think your considerations are very important. Again, to remind that this crisis is also about climate justice. What we do in Europe has an impact on other areas of the world and the global south. You made the example of Mozambique. But I think this is just one of the examples that we can make, and that we are, let's say, launching some gentle starts with the windfall tax, but there is a lot more to make sure that the real polluters are paying the price of climate change. And unfortunately, now everybody is, even though those who are not responsible for the climate change, like vulnerable people, they are paying the price for this crisis. And I really welcome your input about a luxury good and having a more regulation on the tax havens, because we hear in many debates, if we don't have a carbon tax, where do we take the money from? But actually, there might be, and there are for sure, other ways to find the money. On this point, before opening the debate to the audience, I have a question to whoever of you would like to reply on this point specifically. So if we need to design a progressive green tax system that works for the people, that make sure that we redistribute extra profit to increase social safeguard and to reach out to the vulnerable people, how can we design this system?
Thank you. I think this is probably a type of a favorite question. Well, if you see the debate, it's very fascinating to see that when we're talking about lowering the value-added tax, then we see, oh, that's a waste of money. And that's because the value-added tax, it is very easy to get money from. Why is that? It taxes people who can't run away. It's a tax you pay every time you go into the supermarket. And again, the single mother who is in the supermarket, she can't set up a shell company in Luxembourg and avoid the value-added tax. This is completely guaranteed. We will get the money when we introduce a value-added tax. That's why governments do it. Why do they not increase the taxes on the wealth or the corporate taxes? There are two reasons. One is the money's going to fly off to tax havens. So, and this is very real. Tax havens are very, very real and alive and well, I can tell you. Second one is that it's very difficult because the rich, they get angry when I have to pay more. They don't like it. But when we give them incentives, if you do this, you buy a Tesla instead of that other big car, then they like it. And this is the political influence of the wealthy. And this is very much also to Pasco's point, is we have to stop being afraid of the rich. And we have to have a political debate that's open, so that we can see what it is that's actually influencing our political decisions. We have to stop being afraid of wealth taxes and of increasing the corporate income taxes. Because yes, it is less income if we reduce the value-added taxes, but it's also an immediate relief for the mother who's standing in the supermarket. The real big waste of money is that massive profits of multinational corporations are not getting taxed, and wealth. We have a huge amount of inherited wealth and hidden assets that aren't getting taxed. It is absolutely not impossible to solve this problem, but our governments need to commit to working together. We cannot have a national level solution to tax havens. And that's the difficulty, is that governments are outcompeted when it comes to addressing the global problems, so they turn to the mother in the supermarket and say, here's the value-added tax you have to pay, and now you might have to have a carbon tax as well. And this is simply surrendering to a political power system that we shouldn't have. So as soon as we get to the taxes that impact the wealthy and the big corporations, then we're moving in a progressive direction. So, and the last thing I would say, it's very, very important to have an informed debate. It's part of the political dynamics of tax that it gets extremely technical. But once you actually decipher the text, you'll see it's not technical, it's hugely political. The basic question is always, whose money are we going to take? And we need to stop always landing with the mother in the supermarket.
Thank you very much.
So just to, hello. Yeah, cool. Just to add a small thing, because I think it's, I completely agree, but I think it's important what you said, and that the crisis and inflation today, of course, it was driven by energy prices, but not just. So there's a great study came out from the Unite Trade Union in the UK, which showed almost 60% of inflation between January and June in the UK came from corporate profiteering. So to spell out what this means, there's a phrase in English called price gouging, which means big corporations realize that because of inflation, they can increase their profit margins and hide behind inflation. So they've driven up prices so they can increase shareholder value and take out more dividends whilst everyone else pays. So I think if we were going to look at windfall taxes, going for energy, I think is really important, but Spain went for the banking sector as well. You know, when we see huge supermarkets turning over enormous profits whilst people can't afford to eat, how is this fair as well? So I think we need to take a wider look across the economy at who's profited from this crisis and how do we get that money back. Now, I think, these are short-term measures, temporary, as we've seen with the windfall tax. It's temporary, but I think it does ask the question of, who are we looking out for? Who is the European Commission, our national governments, in whose interests are they supposed to be acting? Because at the moment, it doesn't really seem like they're acting in the public interest, in our interest. And I think it takes courage. I mean, ultimately, it's a tough thing to do. Like you said, don't believe the lies. As we heard, all the big fossil fuel companies are telling us they're going to invest in renewables if we don't tax them. And we've shown it's lies. Total, the CEO of Total, Patrick Pouyanné, was in front of the French Parliament and said, don't introduce a windfall tax because we're already giving people cheaper petrol. So in France, Total is giving slightly cheaper petrol, which means far more customers have gone to it, and it's now recorded record profits ever, the biggest profits ever. So, and at the same time, it's got out of having a windfall tax in France. So if we believe these lies, then we allow this accumulation of profit. But to get past these lies, you do need political courage, and that also comes from our side. That political will it's not just given, it doesn't appear out of nowhere. It comes from political pressure. It comes from there being public support and us mobilising around it. So I think this is also the key element. If we want the political will to introduce something that goes beyond what big business is prepared to accept, then we need a lot more power on our side, and we need to be more organised and more coordinated to be able to put that pressure on the politicians.
Thank you very much. Caroline and Yosu, do you have questions for the panelists, or you for Caroline and Yosu? Otherwise, I would leave the floor to the audience if we have questions from the audience. Please.
Yeah, hi, Vera from Greenwich University. My question is for you, Adela. I was very interested to hear more about your structural solutions. Maybe you can say a bit more on that. What exactly? I mean, one of the issues you mentioned is obviously energy efficiency, and I would agree that's a really important aspect, especially if we know that over 60% of the energy consumption of people goes into heating. However, then we also see that the progress has been super slow in making buildings energy efficient over the recent years. It was 1% on average in the EU, I'm sure you know. So if you talk about this structural solution of energy efficiency, I would be really interested in some hard facts. I mean, what, how, where's the money coming from? And if I can talk a bit more on that, I think I would like to bring in the construction sector, because obviously in order to make housing energy efficient, we need to have, in my opinion, a very different construction sector. At the moment, there's a lot of migration and exploiting migrant workers, essentially. There's low wages for a starter, and it's often a very private business. And I just would like to encourage you to look at New Zealand. They have done some research and looking at a publicly owned, we go back to the issue of public ownership, of really looking at how can we make buildings energy efficient and how can this be in the public domain and not outsource it again to the private sector. So it's a money question, it's a how question, and how fast is this structural solution supposed to come about, because 1% is not doing very much at the moment. Thank you.
You would like to?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, of course, energy efficiency has been advancing slowly. We've been talking about it for 2-3 decades, certainly at EU level. But I think, as I said, the energy crisis really brought this topic to the forefront. Yeah, the need to decarbonize faster than we thought before, the need to have more energy efficiency and more renewables much faster and get them to the low-income people. So at EU level, this is reflected in the legislation that we are currently reviewing. There is a focus on energy efficiency for social housing, and member states prioritizing generally energy efficiency for energy poor and vulnerable as one of the objectives in the Energy Efficiency Directive, which is currently being negotiated. The same, the revision of the Buildings Directive also has a very strong social focus. So that's the legislative framework, what member states have to do. And then the second is the financing. I have been involved in this work in the last 2 years, and I have the impression, well, I think I can say that this is unprecedented amounts of money going from EU budget into energy efficiency. We haven't done that before, both through cohesion funding, through the recovery resilience plans. Under the previous commission, we spoke about mobilizing money to have 100 billion financial instrument, and now we have 100 billion through the recovery funds in grants. And many member states are using this in a means-tested way. So these grants are, the lower your income, the bigger grant you get. And we know that lower income people need these grants up front, and they need to cover 100% of the renovation. So this information is available, and we are negotiating with member states to help them design the plans exactly in this way. Yeah, so I don't think money is the problem, but of course we are also coming from this difficult COVID pandemic, but it was a supply side crisis, so there are some delays also on the supply value chains. We have seen increases in prices also due to lack of materials. So this is also, of course, an issue which we have to overcome, but we went through a very difficult pandemic, so everything comes at the same time. So that's one of the areas where we have to work on, and of course skills is an issue. That's clear. Skills is an issue for many years. The workforce in the construction sector is not adapted to the needs. So this year is a European Year of Skills. I can just only confirm that the European Commission is very aware of this issue, and we are doing what we can from our side. And there is a very close work between DG Energy and DG Grow, which is responsible for the construction sector, to help as much as we can. So we are aware of all these problems, and we are trying to speed up energy efficiency. Yeah. So we certainly don't only work on gas.
Before giving the floor to you, I just give the floor to Caroline because she has a related question.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned that it's the objective to make sure that within this renovation there is a central place for people in poverty and low-income households. And I was wondering, how will this be ensured? Because, for instance, within the recovery and resilience plans within Belgium, we have seen that within the whole renovation aspect, there was no attention for poverty. So how will it now be different? And I also wanted to come back to the suggestion on a task force on living costs, because people in poverty and also the organizations that represent them know what is needed in the field. For instance, within EAPN, EAPN very much works closely together with its members, so it's very easily to bring the information from the field to the European level. So I think this task force could be a good idea to ensure that the right solutions are there in the legislation from the beginning. And is this something that would be considered by the Commission? Thank you.
I mean, I have to say that, of course, the Commission does work with all stakeholders across the board. And for example, in my department, we work with EAPN and other energy poverty stakeholders. And actually, we are now in the process of setting up a formal let's say, a stakeholder contact group on energy poverty, at EU level, so that we have a more structured way of how we listen to the stakeholders in the area of energy poverty. So this is something we are doing just now as we speak. So that's one thing. So there's certainly interaction between the Commission services and stakeholders from the energy poverty field, and not only from DG Energy, but also in other parts of the Commission. And so that's one comment. Second, I think EU legislation, again, drafted together through listening to stakeholders, has a very strong emphasis on tackling energy poverty. In the area of energy, and here I cannot talk about general poverty considerations because I'm not an expert on our social legislation, but I suspect that we have less legislation in place when it comes to social policies. It's more cooperation with member states. But in the area of energy, where we have hard legislation, every piece of energy legislation for the last 15 years has more and more articles on energy poverty. So it is an issue which is fully recognized in the field of energy. We have been working on it. The last revisions of energy legislation from 2021, before our energy prices started going up even, have even stronger emphasis on energy poverty. So the Energy Efficiency Directive clearly asks member states, obliges member states to prioritize energy renovations, building renovations for those on low income, living in social housing and energy poor. This is now being negotiated with member states, and this emphasis will stay in the legislation. This is not going to disappear. The same, the Buildings Directive, very strong emphasis on tackling energy poverty, avoiding renovictions and things like that. When it comes to, of course, national implementation, there is also some subsidiarity, so the Commission cannot hold the hands of member states absolutely on everything, but we can make them accountable, of course. Yeah. When it comes to EU financing, for example, I live in Brussels, and I know that through the Recovery Fund, Brussels is financing support for building renovations, and I know that it's means tested. If it's enough, that's a second question, but it is an example of a means tested support for building renovation, which is financed from EU, from the Recovery Resilience Facility, and not all member states have it. So I think Belgium is not starting from the lowest possible situation, so it is already an example for others to follow. Maybe these grants can be go even further for the lowest income group, but there is already means testing included in the design of the scheme, and that does not exist in all member states. I also work very closely on the recovery resilience plan for the Czech Republic, for example. And there I know that it has been only recently added by the government to have very strong focus on low income when it comes to building renovation. And here the Commission certainly has been very pushy. But the government has now this scheme in place, which we very much welcome. So I think that it's a work in progress, but we have some very good examples and very good practices we can also share between member states. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to those people that are raising. So the lady first.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask first, is there anyone else from the Commission in the room, apart from Atala? No? Okay. I didn't want to put this all on you, but I'm going to have to do that. My name is Laura Sullivan. I'm from We Move Europe. It's a campaigning organisation working on a lot of these issues. And what I'm about to say is also relevant to the question, which is that I worked for 5-6 years in the institutions before I started working with NGOs and saw in practice what, Transparency International brought this figure of 75% of the top Commission official meetings are with multinational corporations. Saw that in practice, and maybe even worse in the European Parliament. But what I wanted to say was you started with there is a lobby of big companies, which is a fact. This is really problematic, and I think this is the issue that goes to the core of so much of what is going wrong, not just in these issues, but in European politics, because it's not seeing the bigger picture, because the presence of the companies is not the problem. And when we speak to people on a daily basis all across Europe, there's about 1 million people that come behind our campaigns. They are really conscious of corporate capture in Brussels in particular. So the Commission and the Parliament and the institutions have the power to say no, to not just say we meet the EAPN, but that actually we prioritise the EAPN and other organisations like them. Because we are really worried about the future of the European project as pro-Europeans get constantly criticised for exposing stories of Uber corporate capture in Brussels, but who are genuinely worried that this is coming to the core of what is making people lose all their belief in the European Union. Because if all the policies are constantly guided by Shell and Total and others what to do. Now, I feel bad because you are on your own here. There's no other Commission officials. But what I'd really ask you is to bring this back to your colleagues in DG Energy, because it is a big problem. And the fossil fuels, get them out of the Parliament campaign, which Pasco just referred to, that's going to happen. Just as the tobacco lobby were kicked out, the fossil fuel lobby will be kicked out. And so it's like, when are you going to get on board?
Can I just very briefly react to this? Sure. Because, I might not be the best speaker, yeah? So maybe I covered the question in my 2 replies, but I have said the Commission talks to everyone. And we do. I take your point, and I will take it back happily, no problem with that. But we do talk to everyone, yeah. The way the Commission is making policies, if you compare the policy making in Brussels with policy making at national level, there is a public consultation for every legal proposal, unless it's an emergency proposal, of course. There is a public consultation. We are open to stakeholders. We never say no. Maybe we should say no. Okay, maybe sometimes we say no. But in principle, we are open to stakeholders. We read the material we receive. So I think it's a very open, cooperative policy making. At least that's how I have always worked, and that's how I have always seen it. So I take your point, I will take it back, but please consider that I have said two things. I have said maybe there are big corporations talking or being present in Brussels, but at the same time the Commission talks to everyone. Everyone who comes, presents a paper, wants to discuss a paper, wants to discuss a topic, we do meet and we do listen. Thank you.
If you could just take the message about the proportion of meetings, those with the corporation.
Okay, yeah. Hi, so Juan Carlos from the Belgian Federation of Social Services. And I wanted to ask a question more particularly to the Commission, but a bit to everyone. Just talking about social tariffs and regulated pricing. So Caroline has explained how social tariffs are extremely protective in Belgium, and a lot of households are going to lose them. But I also think of regulated prices in countries like France, Spain, or Hungary, who tend to be cheaper than purely market prices. And actually, so the directives say that at the end of 2025, the Commission will evaluate this system, both for regulated prices and social tariffs, and may propose an end to these two mechanisms. So it's still a bit early, but this is like 2 years down the line. So I just wanted to ask, are these two mechanisms at risk, or has the energy crisis at all changed the perception that these two mechanisms should stay and are actually key to protect households?
Yeah, I do feel a bit lonely today, I must say. No, thank you for the question. So I think the energy crisis has shown, and the Commission has demonstrated it in numerous occasions last year, that there is use for regulated tariffs in retail, especially in times of crisis. And we acknowledge that member states have made extensive use of retail price regulation, especially last year during the energy crisis. And hence, that's why the Commission has actually proposed some extensions of the legislative framework to allow price regulation in a simplified way, also to allow to go below costs, and to allow to extend to SMEs, to allow member states to do these things. So the traditional, the way we have seen price regulation in the past has changed to some extent. At the same time, however, we are also aware of the fact that very extensive price regulation removes the incentive to reduce demand. And we have member states where price regulation has been used traditionally for everyone. And there, I think the social element is lost. And if all households in France can benefit from regulated prices, which might have been very good during the crisis, probably it does not encourage energy savings. So these two elements, right? The possibility to shield people from price increases during the crisis, and at the same time, how this instrument can impact on people's ability or interest to invest in energy efficiency and renewables, and how it should or should not be linked to income. Yeah, thank you.
Pastor Tove, you would like to add anything?
Yeah, I think, is it on? Yeah. I think one important point is also to look at the full picture when we look at who's getting incentives and who's getting help. Because there's two questions, is who gets money and who do we take money from? And that's also where it's true that when we hand out incentives and we subsidize, when we do it broadly, it means that we're also subsidizing the wealthy. But sometimes it is the easiest way to do things for very practical reasons. When you start mapping out and creating application forms and systems to make sure that people fulfill a lot of requirements, sometimes we see that it is the people that are already struggling to make ends meet that fail to go with your electronic ID and identify yourself and submit the right papers and so forth. So again, sometimes broad measures to get reliefs have the benefit that we're sure that they reach the people that need it the most. At the same time, when it comes to the wealthy, there's two questions. How much money are we giving them and how much money are we collecting in tax? That's where we have so many untapped sources of progressive taxes. real estate taxes, for example, taxes on assets, taxes on inheritance. Tax havens are a big problem. But even with the tax havens, there are a lot of sources of progressive taxes that we know will only impact the wealthiest, and we're still not doing it. Why are we not doing it? Because it's politically sensitive. So there is a political choice in who we collect money from, and it's a very important part of the picture, because there's such a huge untapped source of income there. And if we separate the question of how do we get the money from how do we create the incentives for the transition, it's also easier to make sure that we don't have negative impacts on the poorest when we do the transition. So we always need to look at both those questions. Price regulation is a different story that I'll leave to experts on that issue.
You want to add anything? Sure.
One for you, but then also one for you to make sure not all questions are for you. It was, so this question of how to move beyond, because I think in the reform of the energy market, electricity market, we're still looking at very much private actors. And I'm wondering, as we've heard a lot around the importance of the public sector, local government, national government, I'm wondering what the Commission is doing to encourage this and to encourage more public interest and more public sector involvement rather than sort of competition, encourage more solidarity and cooperation, and if there's features. And I was wondering, Josu, at the sort of city level, what you can do to encourage more. I mean, I was thinking around remunicipalizations and the involvement of the public sector, which is, for me, I think very important if we look at renovations as well. What role can they play to regulate labour markets and other things? And what are the barriers at the European level? Are you being stopped? Are you feeling pressure to not go towards a more public solution, and how are you dealing with it?
No, from in some cities we are seeing some experiences and some initiatives, no, to democratize the energy market. For example, creating local public electricity distribution companies, no, that also promote citizens' participation or consumers' participation in the decision-making of the public company. But it's true that it's not easy for cities, and sometimes they have to go beyond their powers and fight with legislation, no, that protects the free market and puts some limits to these companies, no. But the good thing is that they can show that this is possible. No, and that it works and responds to people's needs. No, for example, we have examples in Barcelona and in London. No, and in Barcelona, this public electricity distribution is the company that more users has got in the past 3 years, no, since the pandemic, no. So people is choosing this kind of services, and yeah, other initiatives that can also help democratizing the energy system, like promoting energy communities, no, with vulnerable groups, and promote these prosumers, no, idea. So, yeah.
I can just second all this. This is exactly also what the Commission is doing. We have been promoting a diverse and diversified energy market. And with more and more renewables in the system, more decentralized production will come to the network. So this is certainly the objective of the Commission. And there are indeed public energy companies operating in different member states. We have the German Stadtwerke, which are very strong. And we have also promoted legislation to allow all individuals or different collectivities to self-produce and self-consume electricity. Indeed, energy communities. We are promoting also other forms of energy sharing, and all these should have a strong social element. So this is also the types of topics that the electricity market design reform will take further. Yeah, so this is indeed on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was a question coming from the lady over there, and yes.
Thank you. I'm Sara Capuzzo. I represent Nostra, which is an energy cooperative based in Italy. And we last year we had the chance to do an experimental model to apply that has been, sorry for my English, has become one of the cheapest tariff for members. And it wasn't expected. It happened because of the energy crisis. But we are supplier and we are producer, and we collect money from the members of the cooperative. And in this way, we assure a fixed price to the member. And it happened that it was about maybe the lowest price in Italy. So this model displayed to be a solution, maybe not for tackling energy poverty, but for preventing, because you need money to put about 1,500 or 2,000 euros. Then the money are given back to the members after 12 years, let's say. And so it's not for everybody, but it prevents to other people to become energy vulnerable consumer. And I think that the private model, a bottom-up process that involved, that help energy citizen to become a main player of the electricity system, should be one of the solution and one of the most pushed solution. And I was wondering what you think about, but in the last two replies, you answered already to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your interesting interventions. My name is Marlies Hesselman. I am from the Faculty of Law of University of Groningen. And I was very happy to see that the issue of taxation also comes up in this context. And I think I might even want to push that debate a little bit further by not just saying there are a lot of political choices to be made, but from a human rights law perspective, I would actually say that there are also obligations involved there. It's not just a matter of politics, because all European states are party to treaties on socio-economic human rights, and that comes with an obligation, legal obligation, to mobilize your maximum available resources. And those maximum available resources are often understood as something, oh, we just don't have more money, but this is, of course, a fallacy, because the state is able to decide how much resources it has available to itself. And there is actually a duty under human rights law to make sure that you tap into every resources available to you, not just within the state, but also from the wider society or even internationally. So I would love to see actually also people working in the field making maybe even more use of these types of human rights obligations that exist in practice or that exist in law, and maybe to even start framing taxation much more as a human rights issue, because I think there is much space for this and much need for this. Just a short comment rather than a question.
Would like to react? Yes.
Is it on? Yeah. I'm very happy that the last minute will be a chance to go into this direction. We talked a lot about the international problems with tax havens, the same for corporate influence and so forth. It's very, very true. It is actually a duty for governments to solve these problems. Indeed, from a human rights perspective, we also have many, many commitments in all sorts and shapes that would mean governments are obliged to not accept continued poverty, including energy poverty. One last important solution that I just wanted to mention, I just mentioned that at the national level, there are plenty of ways that governments can introduce progressive taxes on large corporations and on wealthy individuals to make sure that we raise the money. In addition to that, I completely agree with you. We need to plug the tax discussion into the human rights discussion, into the global commitments. And the suggestion we have in the tax movement is we've written a proposal for a UN convention on tax. Just like we have a climate convention, we need a convention on tax. We were very excited to see at the UN General Assembly in November last year, there was a unanimous decision to start a UN negotiation on taxation. This is not only a place to discuss how to solve the global problems, but it's also making sure that in the same house, as they discuss the human rights obligations and sustainable development goals, namely the United Nations, they also have to discuss how do we make sure that governments have any money in the form of tax income to actually address all these issues. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thanks. I'm Marilyn Smith from the Energy Action Project. And I want to mostly address Pasco. Everything that you said is super interesting. And yes, I totally support that we need to go to renewables. There's a really practical aspect of this to deal with. And I do some work for Ørsted, which is the Danish company that switched from oil and gas to completely renewables. They have calculated that in order to electrify Europe in wind power alone, the current capacity is 14.6 gigawatts in Europe. And to electrify Europe, wind power alone needs to advance to 450 gigawatts. So when you talk about, the word has just escaped me, but 20 more years of gas, I want you to also think about how long does it take to transform to an electrified system and the practicalities of that. So yes, we need to go to renewables, but I think we need to be pretty realistic about how difficult it is from a technical perspective and how expensive it is, and that we need to keep supplying people with energy in the meantime.
Definitely. So I wouldn't advocate that we turn off all the lights today and shut down all the power stations. I think that could lead to huge amounts of poverty, let alone energy poverty. But I think there's maybe a few important things to bring up on this. One, energy consumption today, I think it was brought up. It's not that we have just energy poor, we have energy rich. And we have energy super rich. And that excessive consumption is madness today. When we're facing a disaster like we are, when we're facing the levels of poverty and energy poverty, how do we tackle that excessive consumption? Because I think we need to relook at our energy model. When we say by 2050, we're going to be net zero and we're going to have moved all our airplanes onto hydrogen and all these things, we're basing it on the economy of today, but the economy of today is broken and is not serving the majority of people. So there is a bigger question of what do you want our economy to look like? And I'm not saying, I don't think every gigawatt or kilowatt of electricity produced today will be renewables in the future. I hope we massively reduce our energy consumption. But that starts with those who are over-consuming. So I think this transition is not just a like for like. And when I listen to the oil and gas industry, that's what they're telling us. Don't worry, we'll just substitute gas for hydrogen is their new thing, without telling us that hydrogen today comes from gas. So more fossil fuels. But the question of lock-in, we've actually got enough gas infrastructure today to continue with gas for decades. But what we're doing instead is we're building more. And the problem is once we build more, when we're trying to transition, you're now going to have infrastructure that was built with an idea of a certain amount of profit being made from it. And so who's going to pay for that profit if we say we're transitioning away from gas? Because we're about to build, 6 new LNG terminals in Germany. We don't need them. Germany got enough this year from the floating ones that it brought in. We've built a whole new generation of gas. LNG terminals around Europe have been empty for almost a decade because we've just built too many, because that was what the gas industry said we needed. So today, we're using the infrastructure we do have. We're in a crisis period, but we are transitioning away from fossil fuels. So what's that transition going to look like? And is building loads of new infrastructure today actually going to lock us into the future when even the Commission's saying we need to get off gas? So I think it's clear on we do have enough today. Do we want to have more, which will mean it will be very difficult to move away? But I think for me, the key question, and this, I guess, comes down to points we made around lobbying as well, is who gets to decide the political direction? And this is where it's really key. And I think it was interesting. I mean, I think the Commission's position is we talk to everybody. Of course, but in Brussels, when the majority of lobbyists work for the private sector or commercial lobbyists presenting commercial interests, you're going to have a very unbalanced policy sort of conversation because it's not going to be fair. I think in the past, I pushed the Commission to go for balance in meetings, etc. But actually, balance doesn't get us there. If what we want to do is move away from fossil fuels, change our economy, change our energy system, then actually we need to put them on the outside. The same happened with tobacco. We realized if we wanted to enforce tobacco control, there's actually a UN treaty that said we need to separate public health officials from tobacco lobbyists. And DG Sanko or Asante introduced this, and now there's really reduced meetings with the tobacco lobby because the tobacco lobby stops us being able to tackle public health issues. So if we want to tackle climate change, if we want to transform our energy system, then we need to protect policymaking from those interests. It's not to say that means moving away from fossil fuels tomorrow, but if it's very clear that the business model of these companies is a continuation of oil and gas, and what we want to do is move away from it, then there's a conflict of interest. There's a clear and irreconcilable conflict of interest that needs to be recognized and then acted upon. And I think the Commission can do what it's doing with the tobacco industry, with the fossil fuel industry. I think it is trickier, but I think the tobacco example is good as well because it's not just we're gonna kick you out. No, it's okay. Let's recognise that they still have expertise. We still need to listen to them. But what's the forum in which that happens? The political decision making of what direction we want our policy to go in. That should be public. That should be for public interest groups. That should be for national governments that's supposed to be democratic. And then later, when it comes to implementation, then we can have public hearings with the fossil industry. How do we introduce things? What's it going to look like? But that political direction is unfortunately, we've seen 50 years of holding us back from the fossil fuel industry, knowing that the problem existed around climate change, rubbishing the science, delaying action, weakening it. I mean, we see it with the windfall tax. You know, time and time again, they put their private commercial interests before the interests of either the energy poor or the planet. And so how do we protect our political system from that whilst acknowledging we need to talk to them? And it's happened, in fact, before in the Commission, not just on tobacco, but on banking, when I think it was the Capital Markets Union, they were sort of negotiating it, and you had Michel Barnier, and they said, whoa, it's just too much. There's too many banking lobbyists who are coming to try and influence us, and they put a ban on lobbying. So it happens. Like the Commission does realise that there's too much. So how do we realise that actually who we need to be listening to are the energy poverty groups, and who we shouldn't be listening to and keeping them on the outside is the fossil fuel industry. So I think there's great precedents, and we can go towards this. And it's not, I mean, sometimes it's seen as this is against democracy. You know, you say we talk to everybody, every stakeholder, but there's occasions where we shouldn't. You know, where we don't, where this leads to really unequal conversation. So I think it's really possible, and that's the only way we are going to transition in a managed way that's not going to be turn it off tomorrow, but it's going to be managed and democratic in the interest of people and the planet.
I don't know if we have still time for one more questions. We do. Is there any other question?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This is a super interesting panel, and thank you for one last question. I was wondering, given the polluter pays principle relates to the windfall tax, and we all think, oh, who doesn't agree with the polluter pays? This is great. But with the climate crisis and the energy crisis, this isn't just like an oil spill. It's not just like, oh, if we clean it up, then it's all fine. People are dying, and we'll never get them back. And so I just wonder, like, if we can call for a windfall tax, I totally agree with it, but if at some point we can also just simply call for stuff to be banned, like everything that is going to go beyond 1.5 degrees, anything that doesn't match the Paris Climate Agreement, this unnecessary fossil fuel expansion, let's not just tax it and de-incentivize it, let's ban it. It's not okay. And so I worry sometimes calling for a windfall tax legitimizes what is essentially ecocide. Thank you. What do you think?
no, see. I couldn't agree more. This is the discussion about regulation. And in fact, we do sometimes see that tax incentives and special taxes becomes part of a discussion as an alternative to regulation, where you really need to ask the question, should this be legal? And in particular, when it comes to certain types of luxury entertainment that cost a lot of carbon, I think that discussion is extremely relevant. Also, when you look at the activities of the fossil fuel corporations, what we're saying with the windfall taxes is that if you're making your profit from fossil fuels, there will be an extra corporate tax on you. And it shouldn't just be a windfall discussion. It shouldn't just be an extraordinary measure. It should be a permanent decision saying corporate profits from fossil fuels means you will pay an extra polluters pays corporate income tax. However, that is not to avoid the discussion about saying, actually, maybe fossil fuel corporations shouldn't be allowed to drill wherever they want and dig up whatever they want, because it's very, very clear the carbon budget doesn't allow it. But in the discussion about regulation, it is very important to make sure, as I'm sure we strongly agree, that we always have the analysis of, are we making sure not just that the poorer parts of the population stay where they are and don't get worse, we have to take the inequality challenge at the same time. So I completely agree. Regulation has to be an important part of the discussion.
Yes, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the session comes to an end. I feel we would have needed maybe other 2 hours. We have a lot of food for thought, but definitely I would like to thank all the panelists for your contribution. I think the objective that we had in mind today is also to make the discussion on tax, fiscal ecosystem and tax justice more accessible, because I fully agree with Tove and the speaker from the floor, that the audience, that we need more human rights presence in these debates, and we need to enforce the public obligation to ensure that the fiscal ecosystem actually address the unmet needs. So a big thank you to all of you. I would just take one word that maybe all of us can take to like for future reflection is accountability. We need to increase accountability everywhere in the decision-making process, in the corporate tax system, in the regulations, in the obligations, in the governance model, and maybe accessibility too. I think Tove made a very important point that when vulnerable people are actually asked to access information, is not easy for them, it's not digestible. Sometimes even application forms are not accessible to them. So that's my conclusion, which is more a way to give more food for thoughts to all of us. And thanks again. Thank you.
and I work on our committee on energy with energy unions, water unions, and waste unions. We have kind of a long history of working on the energy market model. We have produced a lot of work, in particular critiquing kind of the heritage of energy liberalization and trying to kind of counter the narrative, the dominant narrative that energy liberalization ultimately is bringing down prices, allowing renewables to be expanded, etc. So today we have 3 speakers. The first speaker will be Dr. Vera Wegmann. She's from CSIRO, the Public Services International Research Unit at University of Greenwich. We have been doing a lot of the work that we have done over the last years together with CSIRO on the energy liberalization, so I think it's a very valuable source of expertise on these issues. So I'm very glad that Vera could be with us today, and she will kick off with her presentation around the alternatives to energy liberalization and how we can strengthen the public service ethos, how we can strengthen the public service obligations and public ownership also in the energy sector as a response to the energy crisis. The second speaker will be Khadija Kusha. She is the coordinator of the Travailleurs sans emploi action, which is kind of basically she is trying to organize long-term unemployed workers to improve their situation in terms of, for instance, benefits, but they also work a lot on energy precarity, which of course long-term unemployed are very, very strongly hit by. So I think it's actually a very interesting initiative, and we'll be happy to hear more from you about how you're doing this work, kind of which results you see. And the third speaker will be Sabrina Iannazzone from the European Anti-Poverty Network. She will also speak about kind of the topic of alternatives to energy liberalization. We have been working together also. We have published a report on the right to clean and affordable energy for all. So we have also a very good history of working together, and we'll be happy to hear from you. And we also want to leave enough time for discussion. So after the presentations are done, we want to make sure to have enough time to hear from you, to hear the reactions. I think a lot of you have also done interesting work around especially the current reform of the electricity markets, and I think it would be very good to have a discussion, to hear your viewpoints, to allow kind of for a space to exchange on this. And with this, I would hand over to Vera to kick us off with the presentation.
Yeah, hi everybody. It is. No, it is on. Hi. Yeah, it's nice to be back here. I am presenting today after a really lively discussion this morning, so I hope that we can take some of this energy, literally our energy, back into this energy discussion here. I want to talk a little bit more about energy liberalization, so the market, and of course not ending with just what is not working, but also looking at how could it work, or what are possible pointers towards alternatives. And I really look forward to your feedback and the discussion after. So just very quickly, so this is a very old report by now, and still very relevant, I think. So this is work I wrote for EPSU 4 years ago, actually, on the failure of energy liberalization, how it's not working and possible alternatives. Since then, I will present a little bit out of this study. So if anyone is interested further, yeah, you can look this up. And I will also present from a new unpublished study yet, which I have with me here, but it's not out yet. So if you're interested in that, get in touch, and I will let you know when the study is out. So this new study builds a little bit on the old one. So the aim was, of the study was also to look at the market and how the market is not working. Obviously, in particular now with the energy crisis, and wholesale market prices in particular. And then I looked at possible options of not only market reforms, but how we can move away from the market. And then the next section of this study looked at what we need to invest in our future in order to have a working energy system, and then looking at the possibilities of public ownership. So I will talk through maybe some highlights from the study, but there's obviously more in these reports. So just very quickly, I think everybody knows, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but where do we stand environmentally? Obviously, we have a huge, not only a huge energy crisis, but we have an even bigger environmental crisis, so just to bear this in mind. And we are still very much dependent on fossil fuels in Europe, and also not only that, but we're also importing most of our energy. So we are import dependent. And well, less than half of the energy consumed in the EU is also produced here. So I skip over that because I assume that's sort of like what we all more or less know. We discussed a little bit about energy poverty this morning. Obviously, that's like another big aspect of these multiple crises which we are facing now. Just to say a bit more on that, so the problem is that we still don't have a working definition of like how we measure energy poverty in Europe, which means therefore it's also very difficult to estimate how big the problem is. We know it's big, but of course the question is how big is it actually? So the calculations from the European Commission that it's like 50 million people in Europe, but actually when we look at, for example, the cooling of houses, because we also need to remember that more people die of energy poverty, of houses not being able to be cool enough than they're not warm enough. So obviously we have both problems, but this affects more than 20% of the population. So it's a really big issue. We have seen that several countries, and I believe you have talked about this yesterday, so I don't want to go into too much detail about this, have introduced policies about non-payments, so that like if people can't pay, that their gas and electricity supply cannot be disconnected. So that's a very interesting to look at, like one aspect which is very interesting to look at when we look at how to address energy poverty. But since I believe it has been discussed at length yesterday, I will also skip over that. So just talking a little bit more about energy liberalization. So it's failing on its fundamental aims. That's probably also not new for you, but just to recap, the whole idea of liberalizing the energy market was that it was supposed to, lead to lower prices for consumers. Obviously, this is a bit laughable now when we see the figures on energy poverty and also who is suffering from the energy crisis the most. We see that this is not the case. We see higher prices for consumers precisely because of the way the market is working. The other idea was that, if we just break up the system and we introduce more competition, we will have more competition, more companies, and therefore less market concentration, and we break down the old state monopolies. However, this is also not the case. Quite the opposite. What we see is that we see a further market concentration where a few energy companies are really dominating the market. And then the third myth-busting, which I think is worthwhile repeating, is often that it was argued that because of energy liberalization, we could have more renewable energy as a starter. And this is not the case. Actually, I talk about this in more detail, but we have an increase in renewable energy precisely because renewables were protected from the market. So just a few things to bear in mind in my presentation now, like, okay, I'm focusing on electricity. When we think about electricity, we need to remember that supply and demand needs to be equal at all
all times, otherwise the system collapses. So when we trade with electricity or treat electricity as a normal commodity, this makes it very different from a normal commodity, because we still have very limited storage capacity. Electricity cannot be easily stored. So so this makes the electricity market a very different market mechanism than your usual commodity market, even though it still has the very same mechanisms, and it is treated as if it would be the same. Like I already said, in the same time, we have this call for more energy liberalization, but renewable energy has been protected from the market, and not only renewable energy, but also certain plants which were ready to be used in, for example, cold winters, or when the sun wasn't shining and it was raining outside. So these are subsidies for plants which are only used sometimes. So basically what we're seeing here is that we have a supposedly liberalized market system, which is actually not really based on competition, because there are subsidies for everything almost. So it is not a competitive system, and the system is simply not working. So just very quickly to talk a little bit about wholesale market, and then I want basically the idea of energy liberalization was to break the energy system down in all its various aspects. So from where energy is generated, from then wholesale and retail, and also the grid, so the infrastructure. So starting with wholesale, we, like I already said, it's electricity is traded like any other commodity on the spot market. And this is really where the price is set on a normal spot market. Then you can still, you can still distinguish between day ahead and intraday markets and so on. But basically, this is the same principle. And the pricing mechanism is determined through a system which is called marginal pricing, which is basically the same thing as a usual commodity market thing, and which means that the most expensive generating source of electricity sets the price. So the most expensive one which gets into the system. The cheapest energy has priority, but then the most expensive plant which is left, this is the price which everybody gets. So this means that in the end, the price we pay for the electricity is much higher than its cost to produce that electricity. And that's a really important aspect to bear in mind, why this is almost like the key thing of how the market is not working. However, we can also see that even though there's a lot of talk about the wholesale market and the spot market, a lot of trade is going on outside of that spot market. Because apart from hydro, all renewable energy is not traded via the spot market. So it's exempt, basically. It's through more long-term contracts and other types of contracts. So it's precisely not to have it exposed to the vulnerability of the market system. Yeah. So for me, as an academic researcher, it's always really interesting to see sort of where the debates are, not just like in the political domain, but also from the main scholars out there. And it has been really interesting to observe in the last year that many groups of very pro-market scholars themselves have issued a number of reports where they're saying basically the whole system of the way wholesale markets are organized in electricity are not working, precisely for the reasons that we have said for a very long time. And of course, here in Brussels, everybody also knows that even the European Commission issued some statements of saying, well, it's, the market is not longer fit for purpose, and that we need a new model for electricity, for the electricity market. So obviously we will see if that will happen now. But basically, I can just go back and say, we can still see what is going to come now, but we can very much see that it's like fixes to the market. So the same as usual, not a move away from the market model as we see it. So just very quickly breaking down energy in all its different segments. If we come to retail, so what we have seen, and that's also very interesting, is that basically even though the whole idea was to break up wholesale and retail, this is not what's happening in reality. We see that the same companies which are surviving, the big retailers, are also busy in the wholesale market and producer of energies. And this is a very interesting, as a side comment, for example, in the UK, but also in Germany, there were some initiatives of retail-only energy cooperatives, and most of them did not survive, precisely because they were not able to do anything in energy production, and it was sort of just retailer as alone. You're still working in the same market system, and you can't compete with these big monopolies. So in the sense, we don't really have a breakaway between retail and wholesale. And still a very high market concentration, as I said earlier. So just very quickly on the grid, because it's really interesting. I think it's interesting for our discussions to, when we think about energy, to always think about it holistically, because only if we understand it holistically, we can also think about possible alternatives. So the grid is obviously really important because that's the infrastructure. A grid is a natural monopoly because you only have one set of pipelines and cables and so on. You can't compete on that. So it's interesting to notice that within the European region, there are only 2 countries which privatize their grid. One is the UK, and if you want to look at like how costly that is and how many windfall profits there have been made from grid companies, then this is an example to look at. And the other one is Portugal, which was basically forced to privatize their grid under the bailout agreements in 2011. So we have still also other privatizations going on in many countries, but only, not only, but partial privatizations. But these are the 2 countries where the grid is totally privatized. So this is just an overview. I hope this, for all of us, I think most of us know a lot about the energy system already, but to bear in mind how the system is not working when we think about alternatives. So I argued the same as Trade Union for Energy Democracy and other scholars for what we need in contrast to this not working market system, which even the pro-market scholars said is not working, is a properly planned system. And usually, and I'm from Germany, like when you say planned, everyone is like, ooh, God, planned, state planning. This is not what we want, do we? And I would say, well, yeah, actually, we do want more planning, because why do we want that our energy system, which is so complicated, where supply and demand needs to be equal at all times, to be exposed to the volatility of a market? Like, this is just crazy. We have seen that this is not working. So yeah, we need some planning and proper regulations. So remembering that energy is an essential public services, so let's organize it, basically. I go a bit more in detail on how this planning system could look like in the report, but key to that is also we had like a system which was working before we liberalized the energy market. So it's not that it can only be organized through the market, because we need to remember what the market is. It's an organizing mechanism. That's it. And there can be other ways of how we can do this. And I think we need to be brave to think about this and not come back to this trap of like the market is the only way we can organize supply and demand. That's the key argument I'm making here. Then in my view, it requires public ownership on all levels, and I come to that. But before I come... Oh, no, okay, I didn't come to that before. Okay, let's talk about public ownership and then the other bits that I want to talk about. So public ownership, why does it matter? Because we have just seen the system is broken up, and we need all aspects of the energy system for it to work. So what I'm advocating for, and also Turet is advocating for, is a comprehensive reclaiming. Yes, the grid needs to be in public ownership. Yes, production needs to be in public ownership. And there we need to think about, and there are very interesting examples about, should we only think about renewable energy production, or should we also think about the fossil fuels now? At the moment, I would say there is an argument to bring key sections of the entire energy production back into public ownership, yes, in order to get rid of it. And we have many examples where this is actually easier. For example, Germany with the nuclear phase out. What many people don't know, these plants were renationalized in order to get rid of them. So this is important in our debate about what type of public ownership do we need. But then, of course, also in retail, because there's a lot of profit to be made. So why are we leaving this profit to private providers when we could actually also do this to one national or regional retailers who are in charge of the supply aspect of the energy system? So just in these events, and with these events, I mean like more politically minded events. I need to sum up. Okay, I'm going to be really quick. I just want to raise the issues about cooperatives because there's such a debate within the left about it. And my answer is somewhere in the middle. I would not like to dismiss them, but I also think we need to be careful to just think about energy communities and energy cooperatives as the only solution, because it is in the end an issue of scale. But one example, I like to work with like actual real examples, I would like to encourage you to look at is Denmark. And Denmark is obviously the leader in terms of renewable energy, especially from wind in Europe. Was not so long ago totally reliant on coal and changed this massively around. How? Through energy cooperatives. That's true. Most of the especially early wind production came from cooperatives. Now it's shifting a little bit to more like publicly state-owned production of wind energy. However, this was only possible because the grid was in public ownership, and in order to feed this renewable energy in to the grid, you need to modernize the grid, obviously. Otherwise, you need to be in charge of your infrastructure. But the state basically paid for the extension of the grid. So if you are Energy Corp, you want to do your own wind farms, the state pays for the connecting these wind farms to the grid. And also, it was incentivized through tax breaks. To invest in Corp. I feel Jacob is getting nervous next to me, so I'm just going to say 3 things and skip over that. There's also like a downside to the negative aspect of the Denmark example, but maybe we can discuss this later. But I just want to give 3 headings, really, of what I think is important when we talk about alternatives to an energy system which is working in the future. One is energy efficiency. We heard about it from the European Commission as a structural reform today. Well, yeah, we do need some structural reforms in energy efficiency. This is where we lose most of the heat, actually. 60% of the energy bills goes in heating of housing on average in the EU. So there's a lot what we can be done. I think 40% of our energy in total is spent on buildings. So it's like this is massive. We need to take energy efficiency seriously if we want to move away from fossil fuels. That's key. Then the next thing, investing in our renewables. We have seen a massive decline in investment in renewable energy. We also see that the production is completely outsourced to other countries, predominantly China. This is where the wind turbines and the solar is produced now, often in not good conditions. I'm not saying that the conditions are good in Europe, but we need to take charge of the supply chain and make sure that there are good working conditions, and also that there is enough produced in order to actually have a transition towards more renewable energy, because that's not what we're seeing at the moment. We don't have a transition yet. We have globally an energy expansion, not a transition. And the other aspect is storage. We still haven't found an ethical solution for storage. We're very far away from that, and more thinking needs to be done on that. So, and practice. So in conclusion, public institutions are much better equipped through a planned system to actually address climate change, but also protect the workers. So we need to have a holistic approach of public ownership, all elements of the energy system that we need to bring back into public ownership, big by big. So yeah, I think we better start campaigning as soon as we can. Thank you very much, and sorry for running over time.
Thanks a lot, Vera, for this overview, and I hope that at the end we'll have some time for discussion and for questions, and then I think we can dive deeper into some of those issues. And I thought it was also interesting that actually recently what you said about public energy production companies, I think in New South Wales, the new leadership coming from the Labour Party announced that they want to set up a public energy production company, saying quite clearly that privatization has not worked for this province in Australia, despite quite abundant solar resources, sun. So thanks a lot for this. I think you have outlined very well the structural factors behind the system that does require constant patching in order to function, to kind of make believe like the market does actually work. And the system that, of course, also results in rising prices for households. I mean, which of course, what's the word? Ended up in the energy price crisis of 2000 of last year, which is still ongoing, where households saw energy prices exploding, predominantly gas, but also electricity, creating very difficult situation for the people. And so I would like to give the floor now to you, Khadija, because you are in your union, you're organizing unemployed workers. I think the slogan is travailleurs sans emploi, mais pas sans voix. So like workers without work, but not without a voice. And so I think it will be very interesting to hear from you, because you have also been doing a lot of work around energy precarity and how it hits the long-term unemployed.
Thank you. Hi for everybody. First of all, I want to say excuse me because my English is very, very poor, so I prepare my paper and I'm going to read it. I work, yes, in a trade union, CSC, a big union here in Belgium, and I'm responsible for the action of unemployed workers. Our aim of our work, the aim of our work is to listen to unemployed people and organize them because they are a part of society, part of the economy, and they are constantly attacked as if unemployment is an individual problem. We think that unemployment is a consequence of the type of society that has been chosen. It's capitalism that pushes everyone to produce more and more with fewer workers. And it's uncontrolled capitalism that produces economic crises that lead to bankruptcies and unemployment. Since 1981, in the CSC, activists have been informing, training, and equipping themselves with tools to understand the problems and propose solutions. Our work is on 3 levels. The first, individual, responding to demands and listening to problems. The second is collective, because we must not just solve the problem of one person, but eliminate it for everyone, change the law if necessary. And the last level is to target public opinion, to sensitize and raise awareness. And the public opinion is not with us at this time. Maybe Caroline heeft het... nee, I speak Dutch now. Caroline speak about Belgium, so maybe some things are repeat. But in Belgium, the prices are soaring. I think more than elsewhere, maybe not, but we think that. And in our work, the fight against poverty is essential. Since the war in Ukraine, fuel poverty has become a reality in Belgium for everybody. Overnight, prices have soared to the point that people have started asking us how to cancel their subscription with their electricity and gas supplier. On October 17, the World Day Against Poverty, we had an event, and employed and unemployed talked both about the difficulties of paying their bills. It's really crazy. Some people have seen their bills rise from 100 euro to 800 a month, 800 euro a month, and sometimes even more. On the stock market, the price of electricity rose by 478% between March 22 and March 23, and gas by 622%. What did the government do? The Belgian government claimed that it could not do much at its level to limit the rise in prices, and that decisions had to be taken at an European level. So, it has to be said that the electricity and gas market is privatized in Belgium, and the many in the government, which includes 7 political parties, refused to limit prices. The government has taken several costly and unsustainable measures, such as limiting increase on the social energy tariff, lowering the VAT on electricity and gas, and a rebate of 100 euro for each household in the country for rebate on heating, and especially extending the public that can benefit from the social tariff. This public has doubled to reach 1 million households. And this last measure is already going to be cancelled because the government cannot finance it. The big problem for people with variable contract is that when there is too much demand, coal-fired or gas-fired power stations have to be activated to make up the shortfall. And this small production costs more, and there is a rule that says that everybody, except the fixed contracts, has to pay the price of this very expensive production. That is a decision, a political decision. This rule has been imposed since the liberalizations of the energy market, and added to this is the fact that more and more suppliers are only offering variable contracts. What did we do as activists? At this time, we reacted very quickly, because during the COVID crisis, the government had taken cross-cutting measures for everyone, but it had to be proven that there was a loss of income, and so there is nothing for those who were already poor. Here we insisted that the government take into account the state of need and included small incomes. We also organized training for our affiliates and activists to understand how the energy market works and why prices are so high. In 2017, la Fondation Roi Baudouin published its barometer of fuel poverty in Belgium, and it shows that 21% of Belgians are affected by fuel poverty, and this figure is higher in Wallonia and Brussels. We cannot stand by and do nothing, so we have written a list of demands, and we have made several political appeals. Every doors we go. We have also supported, since the liberalization at the beginning, before the crisis, of the energy of market, the creation of places where people can come and get information and advice on the choice of suppliers, get also an administrative support to contact suppliers, and propose payment plans, because it's very difficult. We are fighting also against budget meters in Wallonia, which is presented as a tool for managing consumption whereas it only manages the budget and can be switched off. In Brussels, we win, and only a decision made by the courts can cut off someone's energy because it's a fundamental right, and that can only be revoked by justice. We also demand a global plan for energy renovation of the housing, because for the sake of health, the bill and the environment, we must put an end to energy slums in housing, in habit, several times by people in precarious situations who pay too much and cannot renovate their housing. For us, the state must play its role as protector of the weakest, and therefore it must guarantee access to energy for all. This must involve a reappropriation of the means of production in order to limit excessive dependence on the market, and also, why not at least, on the setting of fixed prices. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Khadija. I think that was very, very impressive and a fantastic win also on the meters. I think that is something like those budget meters, or also those prepayment meters, where you can really, that symbolizes very well, I would say, the violence of this system towards the weakest. So as a third speaker today, we have Sabrina from the European Anti-Poverty Network. I'm sure you would have a lot to say on those two interventions, so I would just pass you the floor and let you share your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. Does it work? Yeah. So I'm happy to react to your presentation. I think obviously coming from an anti-poverty network, most of the consideration you made resonate well with us. I cannot agree more that energy cannot be seen as commodity. It is a public good. It is an enabling condition to access other essential services. If people don't access electricity, they cannot use the computer. They cannot apply for benefits, for example, just to give an example, but cannot maybe access to education. They cannot access healthcare. So it's a service of public interest. Of course, there are many things that I can say. I would maybe, in the interest of time, focus on two things that I think are extremely interesting, and that requires a collective reflection also from the audience. I'm happy to hear from the audience. In times where we are experiencing multiple crises, I think we only remind now the latest energy crisis, but actually we live in a systemic crisis. We have had a financial crisis, we had a COVID crisis, we have an energy crisis. What's the next crisis? I mean, it's the system that doesn't work, obviously, and we are not learning from the past. We want to propose solution without having lesson learned from the past. I think this time is crucial because the EU Commission is launching the electricity market design reform. They just closed a public consultation where personally I was very surprised that despite being quite technical, I don't know if any of you have seen the public consultation, the questions were definitely technical and not accessible to in between brackets, normal people. I saw that the response of citizens was actually the highest, much more than corporate, which means that citizens are more and more concerned about electricity access, and obviously we know why. Now, there is something that I would like, that's my dream, or my ambition, or European ambition. We hope that this is taken into account in this process of reform of the electricity market. One thing is stopping this narrative about there is an optimal balance between supply and demand, and this optimal balance solve all the issues. We saw it's not true. We saw that the energy market in Europe is actually supply-driven, is not demand-driven. Demand is just a reactive, it can only react to the problems that are supply. have. And we saw that as soon as we don't receive any more gas from Russia, this is a supply issue. We don't have a structural solution in Europe for improving the supply. And then we put a burden on the demand. So now we are asking people, everybody, even the most vulnerable, to reduce consumption. I read many questions in this consultation where the focus was about how can we reduce consumption of people, how can we improve energy storage through better control of demand and reduce consumption. I think the question itself, of course, we all know that we need to improve energy storage. We all know that we need to reduce consumption. But there is clearly a shift from, it's like the polluter pays principle. We know that a problem was caused, and now the solution is only on consumers. This cannot be sustainable for many reasons. The most, let's say, visible one is that we have data, actually, from Eurostat, and not only, proving that the high-income people are the ones that consume the most. So basically, if we say now everybody should reduce consumption, we are not targeting the ones that are consuming more. We are targeting also, in the same way, those that already cut their consumption much before the crisis because they cannot afford paying the energy bill, or that they are disconnected from the grid because they didn't pay the bill, and so the energy provider, obviously, they disconnected them. So, and this comes with a lot of cost for mental and physical health, which are not taking into account. So we are basically putting everybody in the same basket, which is not fair and doesn't address the structural inequalities of the system. We also assume that this is very much present in the political debate that consumers can control their consumption also through changing energy provider. But since we don't have transparency on how the provider is setting the price, and we saw this morning how difficult it is for people just to understand how the price you pay is actually set. This is not an accessible solution to all of us. Not all of us have enough information and can access this system of, okay, this bill is too high, I will change provider tomorrow, is not feasible for all. It's not feasible for people living in social housing, people that don't even have a house, people that have intersectional barriers. We always forget to say that energy poor people actually are also can be, for example, solo mothers working and unemployed. There are a lot of intersectional barriers that the current indicator do not take into account, and this encouragement to reduce consumption also put more burden on them than those that really cause the problem. And another consideration I would like to make, and I think I already shared a bit this morning, is obviously the cost of electricity must be reformed radically. It doesn't work, this system where the cost of electricity is set by the marginal pricing mechanism, and consumers do not see the real cost of production, and definitely they cannot control how much they're going to pay on the bill. So I do hope that there will be a change there, and that we stop really putting the responsibility on consumers and promoting even the message that a smart meter can solve the problem. As a consumer myself, personally, I don't understand what's the impact of just looking at the smart meter saying, okay, in your house you have this temperature, but what's the impact of my bill? I don't understand as a consumer. So can we imagine like people that are in need, so much more vulnerable position than me, how they would navigate this system where they basically they are just encouraged to live under anxiety and reduce their the demand without solving the issues, without actually paying less on the bills, and without even decarbonizing the electricity. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sabrina. And I think it's on this consultation, it's really worth noting that I find that the questions were already very leading. So I don't know also if some of you had a look at this. It was a consultation by the European Commission on the electricity market design for the last month. And if you look at the question, it's sort of clear what you're kind of meant to say, in a way, what they want you to say. Was my impression. So I think we're already moving towards the end of our sessions, but I would still like to open the floor to some questions or comments if there are any. Helen.
Thank you. Sorry. I'll first introduce myself. I'm Helene Schokkaert. I work for ERASCOPEU, so that's a European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. And I wanted to react to your presentation, Vera. I think it was super interesting to get that overview of the energy market and then also see some alternatives to that. Yeah, you already hear me coming. I represent energy cooperatives, and you mentioned that, well, you gave the example of Denmark and that there is a lot of negative aspects to putting a lot of maybe focus on energy cooperatives in this story about alternatives to the current market. You didn't go deeper into that, so I was wondering, could you maybe explain a little bit about that more? That's my question. And then on the other hand, I have more of a comment or a thought. I think energy communities never positioned themselves as the solution in this current crisis or in the current energy system. I think also we don't need to think about or its energy communities or its nationalization. I think we have a super strong story when we just combine the two and combine the benefits that both can bring to this story. So you mentioned scale. Yeah, energy communities don't have that. I think that's also their strength because they are close to the people and they really involve people to get active in the energy system. And then on the other hand, I think that we also need to recognize certain problems that maybe national governments or nationalization would have that then energy communities can help them tackle. So I think that there's truth in both sides of the story, and I think that we especially need to think together about making an alternative that hasn't been tried and tested before, but could be something really new. And yeah, I think that's just the comment that I would have on this.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question what you're asking, and yeah, we don't have too much time to go there in detail, but this is exactly why I chose the example of Denmark, because I think it shows very well how both public systems, if you wish, or like a cooperative system and a state public system can work hand in hand. And it doesn't need to stop at the example of Denmark. For example, we did a lot of research for the Corbyn-led Labour Party back then, and a lot of our research fed into the Corbyn manifesto. And one, which was obviously very big on public ownership and on energy, we had precisely that proposal to first nationalize the entire energy system and all these different segments, but then leaving room for then regionalizing, and then within these regional bodies, actually giving space to co-ops if they wish, because I think we cannot rely on states which are not doing their jobs, and we see this not only in Europe, but we also see this elsewhere in the world. So I think there is an argument to be made for co-ops. However, just to sort of flag the counter arguments, yes, of course, it's an issue of scale, but there's also an issue of like a mini privatization. So, and I have studied several co-ops within Europe, and through and actually some of the best examples which are out there. And you can see that the incentives often is not just like a green transition or whatever, but actually it's a secure investment for many. And then if this often, for example, energy co-ops in the production side, and then this energy gets sold further on. So then you actually have a small prioritization run by a co-op, and where it's not based on universal access. So I think we need to do both. We need to not rule it out, but also we need to look at it critically and not say it's only an issue of scale. It's also an issue of some people making profit out of others, or actually benefiting from a so-called renewable transition. And I think we need to be wary of that. Thank you.
And if I may just abuse my position, moderator, and add one small point to what you said. I think it's also worth noting we as EPSU also defend public ownership as a solution to the energy crisis, but it is not the case that it's just as soon as a company is public, it's all fine. I think there's examples, especially Vattenfall, which I think is owned 100% by the Swedish government, and which actually was very much opposing initiatives in Germany, where I think in Berlin, where there was an initiative to take back the distribution grid into the municipal ownership, and Vattenfall as a public company was very much opposing this. So it's Hamburg, sorry. It's clearly not enough. I think one idea that we very much defended was that public energy suppliers could go a long way in remedying this imbalance between supply and demand. So an argument we have always made is that large energy companies can take a view of 20, 30 years of return on investment, which households cannot, even if energy efficiency measures would be very beneficial to them, but they simply do not have the money for it. So I think a vision that was also very well developed by the Trade Union Congress in the UK was that public energy suppliers could have a clear mandate to carry out housing renovation and energy efficiency improvements and go a long way in solving that problem. Sorry, I will give the floor to you.
Thanks very much. I wanted to maybe play a bit of devil's advocate and maybe give voice to some of the things that I sort of hear from outside, questions and sort of problems, I suppose, with wide-scale electricity market reform. So really of kind of time and disruption. And from saying that, I'm sure you know the questions, which is obviously, we have until 2030 in the example in your presentation, widely thought to be 2035 to fully decarbonise the electricity system. This is not very much time. And obviously big changes to the wholesale pricing system, for example, will cause disruption. And I think the argument is given that then that might halt investment in new renewables. And so my question there is, how much credit do you give to those arguments and those questions? And given that we've got really only 10 years to roll out so many renewables, is there an alternative to kind of complete privatization that gets us some of the benefits but is maybe less disruptive? I guess what I'm saying is, do we have time? What are the other maybe stronger regulation or other approaches that wouldn't make the perfect the enemy of the good or the better?
Can I respond? Yeah. I think this is a really good question, and I like to play with those arguments myself a lot when doing research. So I really welcome this. Is it actually working? Yeah. Well, the whole aspect of investment, I would say, exactly because it's urgent, this is why we need to move quickly now. And when we look at just investment in renewables, there's so much research out there. It shows that the investment was only there because of the public protections. That's key you know. And now what we are doing, we are phasing out feed-in tariffs, which are essentially like fixed prices for renewable energy, so protecting them from the market, and therefore, you know, that we're actually going in the opposite direction. When we talk about like literally the just investment side, we can see Denmark is leading still in terms of wind energy. It's like one of the global players. More and more is moving into China. There's also plenty of research out there. I can send you the academic articles, which really shows that like public investment is key and has driven actually this bit of like renewable transition what we already had in Europe. And it also shows that not only that it was that this was a driver, but also that the private basically only followed suit when the protections were there by the public first of all, because they didn't want to take these risky investments. You know, it wasn't worth taking the risk. So the public protection on all different levels was so key to the system. So if we are exactly thinking about these targets, we need to not move away from that and liberalize it, because we can already see that investment in renewables is going down. Why? Because the protections are going down. And that not only in Europe, but globally. So I would turn the argument around and say, yeah, exactly, that's why we need to do this now. But yeah. Thank you. I hope it answered you. I can send you plenty of academic papers on that if you are interested.
Would Khadija, Sabrina, at any time, if you want to react to one of those questions? Yeah, perfect. So let's take 2 more questions. I hope it's okay if we go a bit over time.
Hi. I'm Monica from Engineers Without Borders and also the Alliance Against Energy Poverty. I think it was very interesting how, like, we are confirming if we want to fight against energy poverty, we need the control of the public sector and also citizenship participating in all the segments of the energy, which is for us also key on the distribution network. We've seen how the bad maintenance of the grid is leading to supply cuts on neighborhoods that are vulnerable, which doesn't happen in other neighborhoods. And it is also key for the new connections of the renewables that are coming in the present and in the future. So these kind of things, I think, are very related to energy poverty and the right to energy, and as well as the utility part, no? La comercialización, because we've seen how private companies are not offering what the users really need, no? So they are offering the tariffs and the contract conditions that are more suited for these private companies. So I'm happy to see these other examples where these public utility companies and also cooperatives working together with them can offer things that are really suited to a right to energy that is under the citizenship.
Thanks again, Marilyn Smith from the Energy Action Project. And to you, Vera, 2 questions. You mentioned that there's no ethical solution for storage, and if you can expand on that a little bit, I'd be very interested. And the second is, if we go back to completely publicly owned systems, are we then also reliant on government to do energy innovation, and will they do it?
Thanks for those questions. I would propose that maybe we just reply to those questions, and then we have a finishing round for some very short last comments. Vera, if you want to, I think this question was directly asked at you.
Yeah, I would like to respond to your questions and also make a comment to this commenty sort of question before. Sorry, I forgot your name, the woman from Spain, I think. On that, I just want to mention one fact which I think is important to remember here, and even at the risk of not making myself so popular, so I want to say I'm not a Macron fan. So just put this out there before I say this. But I do think when we talk about prices and energy poverty, there are like which I didn't mention before, but there's tons of research out there which also links energy liberalization to higher prices, and that was before the energy crisis. what we see now in practice in France is that in France, essentially, we have mostly a publicly owned energy system. It's not perfect, and for exactly the reasons Jacob was saying, we see EDF behaving like a private company on all levels in France and abroad, and I'm not saying everything is great in France. However, what Macron was able to do, because EDF and all the different aspects are in public ownership, the energy prices did not rise more than 4% in France. And that stands at last year, and that stands an average to 90% rise across the EU. So it is interesting because this example, even though not all of it is rosy, it can show us what is possible with a publicly owned energy system. And the caveat is that there's a lot of downsides to say on. Coming to your question, so the one was storage, ethical storage. I have not researched storage in extent, and I would actually like to do more research on storage because I think we need to do that, and also the supply, which is important for storage. So at the moment, there are two storage solutions: batteries and hydro. And no, you have maybe different views. So maybe okay. So the biggest one. So this shows my lack of research because I only have like the headlines of it. But if we talk about batteries, in my opinion, maybe you have a different opinion, is that lithium is required for it. And we obviously see now what's going on in Chile and also in China. And also, like, I mean, many of us maybe have been in the Chile Santiago conference recently, and I have been to those areas where lithium is produced, and we can see that this is certainly not ethical. And one thing what we do know is that if we want to have a transition towards more renewable energy, is that we need more storage. So we need to think about how do we expand our storage capacities, which are ethical. And maybe you are the research expert and we should pair up. But I think so far I've come to many barriers of thinking, well, okay, it's not that great. It's a bit like the supply chain argument of like how the wind turbines are produced or the solar panels. And I think this is, again, a holistic view of our energy system. We cannot just ask for more renewable energy and then not care about how it's produced, essentially, how the technology is produced behind it. Yeah, I stop there. I can say much more. And then your investment argument, it's innovation argument.
It wasn't an argument, just a question.
Oh yeah, or the innovation question again. Like, I mean. Just maybe to signpost, because she's sort of the academic superstar, but I don't know if you have read Mariana Mazzucato's work on that, on innovation and public ownership, and this is like really like the key text, like thing to read. It's really interesting. It makes all the argument that actually public innovation, like why we need public investment in order to have more innovation and not just like intellectual property rights and so on. But this is like a whole different topic, and but we can talk about it more maybe in the break.
Yes, time in the lunch break. I think we're already well over time. Many interesting topics. I would just ask Khadija, maybe if you have some last kind of observations from your role as organizer of unemployed workers that you would like to share with us today before we go into the lunch break?
Can I say it in French or not?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. To be quick. En fait, l'action des travailleurs sans emploi a comme objectif justement et trouve que les services publics sont très importants parce que c'est le patrimoine des gens qui n'ont rien. Quand on n'a rien, on a les services publics, et donc c'est toujours à la porte des services publics et des politiques qu'on frappe. Et quand on se pose la question, si j'ai bien compris, est-ce que l'État doit investir? Mais on constate que l'État, il investit déjà. Et l'État aide les entreprises avec des subsides pour faire de l'innovation. Le problème, c'est que quand on a les bénéfices, l'État n'en profite pas. Et donc, il faut arrêter cette spirale où on privatise tous les bénéfices et où c'est la population et tout le monde qui paye les frais. Voilà, très rapidement.
I was actually going the same direction that we usually have. I mean, we all know why the public protection is still there and is important to actually drive change in the private sector too. But what must be changed is indeed that we usually socialize the cost and we privatize the benefit. And obviously this has an disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable. Maybe very last final thing I can say is I think also we need a better, or not a better, a deeper reflection about what we mean by public ownership, because, for example, in our membership, there is a very different understanding of that. Eastern European countries understand this as nationalized energy system, and in the Western area is more about a governance model, so the public governance model that must guarantee some safeguard to the society, must be involved in the investment, in the decision-making process. And I think having a common understanding on this would maybe make our campaign stronger when it comes to influence in a positive way the EU decision-making process. Thank you.
Well, yeah, so nothing really to add from my side. Thanks a lot for those very last conclusions. I think on what you said about the public carrying the costs, Belgium is a very good example with this new kind of a bit secretive deal about the closing of nuclear power plants. It's probably one of the best examples. But yeah, with that, we would like to close the session. Thanks a lot for listening and for the interesting questions. And have a good, enjoy your lunch break.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. First of all, I want to thank you all for joining this discussion, and thanks a lot also all of you for coming. And I'm Laia. I'm Energy Justice campaigner in Friends of the Earth Europe, and also co-coordinating the Right to Energy Coalition. And I think you are all aware that you are joining today one of the more nerdy or more niche discussion of this forum. I think you can agree with me too. So for the next hour and a half, we will be specifically talking about the Buildings Directive. So it's the Energy Performance of Building Directive, also known as EPBD, a bit of a tongue twister, if I can say so. I think we can also agree on that one. Nevertheless, we have an excellent panel of speakers that will guide us through it. And one of the reasons why we have a full session, so we are going to be discussing about the EPBD for an hour and a half in this Right to Energy Forum, is because of its potential to be a long-term solution to both energy poverty and the climate crisis. So it brings together social and climate justice. And you will ask, like, how is the EPBD doing that? Well, by addressing Europe's decrepit building stock. So with 75% of EU buildings deemed inefficient and contributing to over 40% of our energy consumption, energy efficiency renovations are a powerful way to bring down emissions and also to tackle inefficient housing, which is one of the root causes of energy poverty. So this potential of home renovation is fully recognized by experts and policymakers. And an exemplification of this story is, for example, the fact that renovations have been already mentioned a lot in this forum. And so with this settled, now we only need to get the EPBD right, so no pressure. And so this is what we are trying to do today. So for the next hour and a half, we will hear about the relevance of building renovation within the different sectors, touching upon different specific recommendations, but also what it can be done more broadly. And we will first hear from our experts panel, who will bring insight from different perspectives, and then we will hear the responses from key decision makers working on the file. And after that, we will have time for a Q&A with you, so please save your questions for the end. And do not hesitate to ask anyone, any questions to any of our speakers. So without further ado, let me introduce the speakers today. I will start with the expert panel, and I will start in order of intervention, no in order of how you are seated. So we will first hear Eva Bardinelli she's Buildings Policy Coordinator at Climate Action Europe. Climate Action Europe is a coalition of NGOs across Europe fighting climate change. Then we will hear from Sorcha Edwards, Housing Europe Secretary General, and Housing Europe is the European Federation of Public, Cooperative and Social Housing. Then we will hear from Slavica Uzelak, Policy Officer at the European Federation of Building and Woodworkers. And then we will hear from Georgi Sumehi, I hope I said that right, okay. Policy and Advocacy Associate Director for Europe and the Middle East at Habitat for Humanity International. And then it will be the time to hear from institutional perspective with the intervention of Stefan Moser, Head of Unit in Buildings and Products at the European Commission and DG ENER. And then we will also hear from Marcos Ros-Sampera, MEP from S&D, and Marisa Matias from the left, Shadow Rapporteur of the EPBD. They are both joining us online because it's a Green Week and it's very busy for MEPs and are not in town. So they are both joining online. And we like to end with a lineup of speakers. We have Javier Tobias. He's buildings policy expert in ECODES, and he will be facilitating the conversation today, ensuring that we have a smooth transition between speakers, also making relevant, insightful points on the EPBD, and he will also be wrapping up at the end. So voila, here is our top-class lineup of speakers for today, and we are very much looking forward to all of your contributions. Thanks very much again for accepting the invitation. And as a little reminder, you have 10 minutes each. And yeah, and then it will be time for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Laia. Just to also point out that there is simultaneous translation from Spanish to English and English to Spanish. Some of the interventions will be in Spanish, so remember to get the headset once the responses begin. So Eva, please.
Yes, I hope you can hear me well. So
I'm very happy to be here. Thanks a lot for the invitation. And indeed, as Laia introduced me, I'm Eva. Nice to meet you all. Buildings Policy Coordinator at Climate Action Network Europe. And indeed, as my title hints, of course, the PBD as an acronym follows me every day. So I follow very closely the revision process of such a monumental directive. So without any further ado, I prepare some slides for you. I will just actually jump already in the content of the presentation, as Laia perfectly explained where I come from. So voila, from Climate Action Network Europe. So before actually tackle what we really need in such a monumental directive as the PBD to really ensure that there is a transition that is ambitious and inclusive in the building sector in the EU, we need to understand where we come from when we talk about that we need to fight climate change. So as you all well know, the European Union and the countries part of the European Union have signed a Paris Agreement in 2015 during COP21, where we basically pledged to limit global warming at 1.5 degrees by 2050. That means that by doing so, we would need to cut our emissions for all end-use sector by 2030. And that will mean also that this is very important because, of course, if we go beyond these 1.5 thresholds, that would entail very negative impacts on our environment and our society. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you have already experienced more and more the effects on climate change. That could be droughts, heat waves actually is the most common, and of course rainfalls that could become more severe with time. And of course, as an end-use sector, we see buildings. So in the latest report of the IPCC, so the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we know that buildings are responsible of 21% of the global greenhouse gas emissions internationally and are responsible of 31% of the final energy demand, where actually the residential building is the biggest chunk of actually this final energy demand comes from. And that would, simplistically, we would think that the level of performance of our homes internationally has a direct impact on the fight against climate change. But of course, buildings is not only about climate and energy, it's also about the people that live in buildings, in apartments, houses, and so on and so forth. And just to, let's say, complement this international view on how important are buildings in the fight against climate change, this little image that you can see on the slide basically shows you how much improving our buildings in terms of energy efficiency, decarbonization, and so on and so forth actually has direct impact on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are part of the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030, within always part of the UN, the United Nations framework. You see that, of course, these direct impacts are on, let's say, I will call it mainstream SDGs, meaning that something that is directly connected with the energy performance and decarbonization policies, and that could be direct impacts on the achievement of SDG number 13, so climate action, sustainable city and communities, decent growth and employment, and so on and so forth. But it has always a big impact on other important SDGs that are connected to the fight against inequalities, as you see number 10, and of course delivering good health and well-being, because as you see in the little slide, and as you know, we spend most of our time, actually almost all our time, indoors. So that means that the level of performance of our homes really has direct effects on our health, productivity, well-being, and in general. So now, after having gone through like this international overview, we need to look at what is happening at European level, because of course, whatever comes out of this important directive will have, of course, impacts on the collective contribution towards the fight against climate change. It is a well-known information that our building stock is not efficient. Well, as you see in the slide, 75% of our buildings are inefficient and very dependent on fossil fuels. And actually 60%, only the residential sector is 60% depending on fossil fuels. And of course, we also know that buildings are emitting 36% of the total CO2 emissions and are responsible for 40% of the total energy demand. And then, of course, these very, let's say, worrying elements, data, will have to be seen, of course, through a lens of the geopolitical context that we're actually experiencing. We are in a context of a war, a Russian war against Ukraine, where the security of supply has been used as a weapon against Europe, but also against consumer, because in this very challenging moment, actually, people, so consumers, especially the most vulnerable ones, are the first one to pay for the inefficiencies of their homes, and not to mention also those that do not have enough liquidity, enough money to actually enter the energy market. And that, of course, is something that at this moment in time, one could only assume that if we knew that around 50 million people, households, live in energy poverty, with all these elements, and in the historical moment that we live in, a natural assumption is that things are getting worse. So that means that the time to act is actually now. So with this a little overview, both international and European level, it's safe to look at what we really need in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive to actually address all these issues and all these opportunities at the same time. First of all, I think it's safe to say that an EPBD that really starts a transition in the building sector that is ambitious and inclusive needs to start from where renovations is needed the most, which are the worst performing buildings. But what are worst performing buildings? It's very hard to really pinpoint this segment of the building sector because, of course, a lot of information is still missing across member states and at EU level in general. So it's very important to invest in an energy performance certificate scheme that actually will allow us to identify these units and also identify what's the highest level of performance that we need to achieve to be 100% in line with our climate and energy commitments. And of course, the centerpiece of the current revision process of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, I'm looking at the minimum energy performance standards, which indeed it needs to be a regulatory instrument that really triggers the much needed renovation to really speed up the rates and also the depth. But a regulatory instrument that is so important and will touch upon many lives has to come actually with an even stronger social safeguards that will ensure that holistic deep renovations actually do leave no one behind, and the most in need will benefit from those. We do understand that there are discussions going on flexibilities and derogation. However, it's most important at this very moment that we really look at how to ensure that the fight against energy poverty actually takes place. So it's really important not to widen these derogations too much, especially when they touch upon homes. But of course, equally important, the need to support the tailoring and the making of more ambition of financial instruments and technical assistance. So here I look, for example, to the biggest, let's say, points here, really to make sure that the public financing is really well prioritized, and then there are mechanisms to ensure that renovations take place, for example, the renovation passport, and then, of course, an enhanced role of one-stop shops for technical assistance. Of course, it's also equally important that we look at the decarbonization policies in the building sector, and that means that we need a deadline for fossil fuel phase out in buildings, because of course we cannot afford to lock in households with polluting technologies. In fact, as a very important point is that we need a deadline, a clear deadline within the national building renovation plans that is in line with the 1.5 goal, which is 2035, as you see in the slides. And then, of course, this important date will have to be followed by equally important elements that are, for example, the stop or the promotion of fast solutions that will lock in existing buildings and new constructions with heating system or cooling system that would still rely partially or minimally to fossil fuel, that will lock in households with fossil fuels even beyond 2035. And of course, another important point is to really earmark public subsidies to really support the take-up of renewable-based heating technologies. And as an information, actually, this morning, Can Europe has published a very interesting report on this subject, which is embracing the renewable heating revolution in our buildings, that I tell you to have a read because it's very interesting. It touches upon all these points that I've been saying so far. Then the last 2 points, I just want to highlight the importance of having planning tools and tools that will actually help everyone, both at building level but also national level, to to really have a strategy in mind, like a long-term strategy to really achieve the goals that we need to achieve by 2030 and 2050, or even sooner. One of these instruments, of course, is the renovation passport that I already mentioned before. I think it's a very important tool that will really make accessible renovation and also understandable to a wider segment of the society. But of course, it needs to be there some help, some support to make sure that these important instruments are actually accessible to wider segments of the population. And of course, we need to have financing, tailored financing, and also accessibility to actually tailored financial products that will help widening the scope of investors, taking into account also energy poor, vulnerable households, and low-income households as well. And then last but not least, it's also very important for a representative of NGOs and civil society on the ground that will have a very specific eye on how member states are going to implement the requirements coming from the PBD. It's very important to really invest on having strong national building renovation plans, and hence we need to keep the focus on energy poverty. We need to keep the focus on worst performing buildings and ensure that there is enough strategic thinking on how to ensure that we lift millions of Europeans that live in energy poverty as soon as possible. We also see very important the synchronization of NBRPs, so national building renovation plans with national energy and climate plans, also for a matter of a stronger governance, and for the fact that indeed these plans will really lay out the contribution of the building sector towards the energy and climate targets by 2030, especially energy efficiency and renewable energy target. And for the energy efficiency part, actually even more important, when there is an Article 8 of the EED that actually front-load energy savings to be fulfilled by energy poor, this becomes even more important to make sure that the building contribution is there and it's clear. And of course, last but not least, also part of our future work on the implementation of the PBD is the involvement, the engagement of the civil society. So every actor of the renovation and construction ecosystem will need to be part of the drafting and finalization process of the national building renovation plans to ensure that there is transparency, but of course, like to make sure that the ambition and inclusiveness are really intrinsic part of the PBD and the implementation of this important directive at national level. Voilà, and then I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eva. We've heard already so much about the responsibility that buildings have, not only on the emissions and on the energy demand, but it's very important to bring out how the buildings that we live in have an importance on the health, not only physical, but also mental health of the population, on the comfort of their living conditions. And for those who have been working on building renovation for some time, we know that at least since the beginning of the 21st century, we have had incentives, and we have seen that those are not enough to cut the rate that we should be renovating to reach 2050 with a fully decarbonized. So it's very important to bring the tools that you pointed out, the renovation passport, the MEPs, and the one-stop shops to bring certainties, long-term scope, and some support for the families, particularly for those in vulnerable situations. So thank you very much. Then we'll pass to Sorcha. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Great to be here. And I kick off with a little bit of a positive perspective, because we are lucky enough, the fact that we represent the affordable social cooperative sector, that we actually see daily excellent examples of what a fair energy transition can look like. So we see limited profit, public housing companies putting together an integrated plan that has to look at maintaining affordability after the renovation. It also has an integrated approach in that it looks at what ways it could tap into residual heat, for instance, in the neighborhood. It looks at ways that people can continue to live and the quality of life in that neighborhood will remain decent, so that we're not pushing people out of the neighborhood just because the standard of the buildings are higher. So we see here in Brussels, just the most recent example, the conversion of a former soap factory, where they use biosourced materials in the renovation, so they look also at circularity, affordable rents that maintain that affordability afterwards. If I think of an amazing example in Germany, the Nettelbeck-Platz cooperative, similarly, they work together with the residents to plan the renovation. It has to be affordable, otherwise people won't agree to it. We see examples also, growing number of examples also in Central and Eastern Europe where you don't have the same level maybe of governance or political support, but examples of homeowners associations established with a strong legal basis who can tap into low interest loans, subsidized loans to renovate their homes. So we see in a way what this can look like with the right governance, the right funding, the right political will. And I think in that way we're on the lucky side of this debate. And what's also, I think, a major progress is we've been putting these examples forward for quite some years here in the Brussels arena with our colleagues in the Commission, in the Parliament. And finally, there is sort of a recognition of the way that it can possibly work. And now we are running something called the Affordable Housing Initiative. It's basically a project which gathers all of those district level approaches that are really working and tries to spread them. I mean, it's not really a new idea, but it's the fact that it's been pushed and promoted by the European Commission is a real breakthrough. And the idea is that we focus in and identify those neighbourhoods that really need urgent attention. So those worst performing neighbourhoods from the perspective of energy efficiency, of course, but also where we're looking at social exclusion, we're looking at lower than average inclusion in the labour market, lower than average health, for instance, but also just looking at, okay, where can we actually really consciously bring the learning and the evidence-based policymaking, which has brought success, well, how can we spread it around? So I think from that perspective, we see real progress. So from the overall approach of the EU when it comes to this issue. And I think what was crucial there was also recognize the nature of housing. Because Europe, as opposed to other continents, has a very strong fabric when it comes to housing. I mean, we are, like globally, we are suffering the aftermath and the ongoing extractive nature of investment in the sector. Let's say the extractive short-term extraction of profit in the sector and the wrong type of investment. However, we also have 43,000 local housing co-ops, public housing companies, limited profit housing associations. And they are the ones that I say are taking the lead in getting this right, along with some politically informed local authorities as well. So I think we are we've been working quite a long time with the Commission to get that, to show those best practice, to show how this can really work. And we're happy that they now recognize that actually who is making this fair energy transition happen. It's these entities that are quite special that Europe has. So it's a victory, because I have to say, generally speaking, when it comes to housing, there is a lack of understanding at European level because it's not a European competence. So we talk about house prices, just sale of homes, and we talk about charity to address homelessness. So it's a little bit, it has been a little bit binary. However, now we're seeing that actually that grey area of those organizations, entities who are pushing this forward and the potential to spread that. So the focus we take when then we look at European legislation is, look, is the framework we're pushing through the EPBD, is it actually going to foster the replication of those type of initiatives? Is it going to foster a transition to the built environment that supports inclusive living together of communities while reducing the enormous the CO2 footprint of the built environment? So this is the type of lens that we look at the EPBD and obviously the raft of other different legislation that impacts the the sector. And then I would just bring up 3 points around that relating to the EPBD. So I'm not pretending that we have the expertise on every single article of this piece of legislation. I mean, even us, as we are specialized on housing, we only have the time to focus on some of the key articles that are going to directly impact the running of the social and public housing sector. So I suppose one of the issues would be the speed that is being promoted. So we're looking at a proposal to phase out E, F and G buildings by 2030. So that's 7 years. When we look at the type of enabling environment that was in place for the type of projects that we see. So it means the right funding, the right skills, the right service providers, the right knowledge within those who are procuring the projects. Do we have those enabling conditions in place to really achieve a phasing out of EFG buildings in Europe in 7 years? Or do we have to really, what type of interventions and financing do we really need to make sure that framework is right to have the energy transition that we need? Because if we are focusing on, let's say, quantity and not quality, this could go in the wrong direction. We also see a need for more focus. Another feature of the local energy transition is that each neighbourhood, depending on the typology of the buildings, depending on the profile of residents, the type of potential to tap into renewables, whether that's renewable heat, whether that's solar, is different. There enough focus so that we do not try to get into the nitty-gritty and tell each neighbourhood how they should implement their energy transition? Or are we keeping the broad focus right at EU level? So there are a lot of details within the EPBD. I mean, but when we see the latest draft coming from the Commission, we're going into a lot of different sectors where MEPs have been exposed to the interests of many different interest groups who quite rightly want to make sure that their sector is reflected. However, is the EPBD the right place for a lot of different sectors to push their interests, or should we keep it focused? So focused so that we allow the natural optimization at local level. And then we also see, and also this recognition that I was talking about, that the housing sector is so varied, that we have this limited profit nature of social housing around Europe, but they do rely very often on private funding to implement their strategies. However, we see a push for social housing to go even faster in some cases than commercial buildings within the directive, within the latest draft of the directive. Are we going to put even more pressure on a sector that is overburdened without necessarily having the right funding in place? So they would be the 3 points. So the quality, so making sure the enabling conditions have the right support they need to be developed. The focus of the directive, so focus on the big picture targets that we need to reach, and so that then the individual strategies can be optimized, and attention to the nature of the housing sector and the fact that we might be putting extra financial pressure on limited profit and social organisations where the funding is actually not forthcoming because they are not qualifying for structural funds because the GDP in the country is too high, for instance. So they would be my 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sorcha. So you spoke also, you brought some new things to the table. You talked about housing cooperatives, which is a very interesting housing system that empowers the population, and you talked about the right governance and funding, which you are actually carrying out. If I'm not mistaken, you're responsible for around the 11% of the housing in Europe. So we only need the other 89% to catch up to speed. And lastly, you were talking about the speed of the directive, if it's too fast and if the enabling conditions are there. That brings out two possibilities: is to delay the pace or to push for the enabling conditions to be there on time. And I guess that we can fall into a Ouroboros sort of, if a snake eating itself, if we just delay, because the enable conditions then will never be there. But it's something to be discussed deeply, and probably the decision maker will have something to say about that. Next, we will have Slavica. I think you can have the tool to push. No, the other part. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Now it should be, it's green, now it's on, okay. Hello, everybody, thank you for the invitation. I am representing the trade unions for construction workers, so it's us who will carry out the job. In my presentation I might be less optimistic, but there are always two sides of the coin, I suppose. Before I start my presentation, I would like to apologize that I will have to leave at 2:30. So, at one point I will have to sneak off this stage, so sorry for that. Okay, here at the beginning also some facts and figures from our side. And maybe just before I say something on that, is that construction workers are very much in favor of course, renovations, improving energy efficiency of buildings, because this will, for us, this means jobs. And not only that, we want to do the job in a good quality, with good quality. So where are we today? There is a 1% annual energy renovation rate. This is only covering 20% of renovations, improving energy efficiency significantly. So these are figures from the Commission, and the Commission's aim is to double this, so to get to 2%. Then deep renovation, that means energy consumption reduced by at least 60%, represents only 0.2% of the building stock renovated per year. So if we want to really improve energy efficiency of buildings, we need to go up to 3%, which is a lot. Which is a drastic increase. So these figures to show you what kind of work construction workers will have to carry out in the next years. I already mentioned that the construction sector and also the employees in the sector are very much in favor of the EPBD, and we want an efficient and a strong directive on that, because renovations and the construction sector are the drivers of growth. So these are the first indicators in economics. So if construction goes up, then you can expect that the rest of the economy will grow as well. The Commission is estimating that with the renovation wave, so with renovations, 160,000 green jobs will be created only in the construction sector. We are saying this is underestimated. We have figures from our colleagues in Spain saying this will lead up to 500,000 jobs. Why? renovations and the whole construction sector is labor intensive. So digitalization, automation is slowly reaching our sector as well. But still, it's individual worker, it's labor work, it's hard work on construction sites. Why is it an economic driver? It is also supporting especially local economics and the neighborhood, because construction sector and the construction is more locally rooted than a global sector. We have figures through the Building Performance Institute Europe that with the EU funding, which is available, so the different funding tools from ESF, the Social Fund, Recovery and Resilience Facility, the Just Transition Fund, Horizon Europe, so research, so there are many of funds, and they are providing up to 1,800,098 euros for the next year, which will be invested in renovation and energy efficiency of buildings, which, if you take the next figure, coming again from the Buildings Performance Institute Europe, saying that each million of investment will create 18 jobs, which is again also much higher than the 160,000 estimated by the Commission in the Renovation Wave Initiative document. So now the bad news. For the moment, even right now, where you might say the renovation wave just maybe started slightly, we already have labor shortage. So this, and we don't know yet how this will become better. The construction sector is one of the 4 sectors with the highest labor shortage. The end for the green renovation, for the transformation also of economies, we need medium-level educated employees, or medium-level vocational qualifications of employees. So we need to invest in skills. As I said, our sector is labor intensive with more lower skilled people, so we need to upskill these people on top of it. So we have a labor shortage in general, and then the labor we have, it's probably not qualified to do all these renovations. Because we talk here about the use of new materials, we talk about using new technologies. So people need to be trained to be able to carry out the renovations and get acquainted with the new materials. So what are consequences for the renovation wave? There will be probably less renovation than expected. The renovation will be slower than expected, probably will be less deep, and less of quality of the renovations. And the EPBD, Energy Performance Buildings Directive, it took me a while to get this right, for the moment does not look promising. So in the European Parliament, the responsible committee, the ITRE committee, Industry, Research, Energy, I think, adopted its report. So we know what they want. The Council has adopted its general approach, so we know what member states want, and it's less ambitious than what we would expect. And according to the Renovate Europe coalition, the EPBD would affect only 22 to 25% of the current building stock. I am to my second bullet point. What I wanted to add, and to the document adopted by the Parliament, there are exemptions possible. So, and the exemptions are, as I mentioned before, what is already evident. So exemptions can happen, or member states could be allowed to do less of renovation or slower renovation if the economic and technical feasibility is not given. Which means, also materials. You might heard in media as well that supply chains are interrupted. Material became very expensive. Wood, as a substitute for other building materials, it became very expensive. Also because of the war we are facing now, and as I mentioned, the skilled workforce lacking or not here. But my last slide then, while I was doing my presentation, I thought, I can't leave the people like that. So some kind of forward-looking actions, what we can do, or we are doing as the unions, is discussing this problem with our employer counterparts. As I said, the employers, so the companies, are in favor of a strong EPBD as well. They see, of course, profit to make in the renovations to come. So this is a good momentum for us, for the unions, to negotiate with them, to sit together at a table with them, and to discuss upskilling plans, so how to train the people which we have, how to make our sector more attractive. So, I mean, there are people outside in the world who might even, do not have a job or are not happy in the job. So we can provide, perspective to come and work in our sector, but for that we need to make our sector more attractive. So then we talk about working conditions, health and safety on construction sites, a decent payment, and equal treatment of workers. So this is what we will do to make the renovation wave, let's say, successful and efficient. That's all.
Thank you very much, Slavica. You brought some very interesting topics to the table. Coming from Spain, where before the housing crisis of 2008, 2012, more housing was being built than France, Germany, and Italy together. And after the crisis, many workers left the building sector and never came back. Currently, the housing and the renovation sectors are asking also for more workers because none of them are coming back. We know that it's a building sector, a labor sector that is very, very tough, and that should really be pointed, or should really have better conditions. And it's very, very important that you bring that. Also, two very short things that you brought that didn't come to the table yet is the level of skill needed currently. We're not talking about putting bricks together anymore. We're talking about airtightness. We're talking about using materials and installations that require levels of protections. We're talking about asbestos in renovations, which is a topic in itself. And then exemptions, which is something that I'm not going to go into, but that is being widely discussed, and it's something to consider in case we want to reach 2050 with a fully decarbonized building sector. And lastly, I will pass the floor to Georgi. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me? I represent Habitat for Humanity International, a global housing NGO. We are present in 15 European countries, out of which mostly we are active in Central and Eastern Europe. And my contribution to the discussion will use this geographic angle, which also means the special type of housing sector. The main housing program we are engaged in related to energy poverty and renovation of buildings is the renovation, scaling up renovations of owner-occupied multi-apartment buildings in Central and Eastern Europe. Probably not all of you are aware of the history of this region. These were the former socialist countries. There was a huge public housing stock owned by the state and run by the state. And after 1990, most of this social housing stock was privatized, and the people who were living as tenants in these buildings, in these flats, became homeowners overnight. And there are huge high-rise buildings of 100, 200, 300 flats where all these newly born homeowners should form homeowner associations, and they are making decisions about the maintenance of their buildings and about the renovation of these buildings. This is a phenomenon from the Baltic states to former Yugoslav countries and from Czechia to Kazakhstan. That's the whole story is very the same. I was told several times that for very different historic reasons, Southern Europe shared the same challenge many times. So Italy, Spain, Portugal, because of a lack of a huge social housing stock, there are owner-occupied multi-apartment buildings also in Southern Europe, but I can talk only about Central and Eastern Europe in this presentation. Because of this huge and sudden change in the 90s, many times we are talking about, in these countries, the society of poor homeowners. And it's very important to note that the fact that you are owning a flat in a multi-apartment building in a small town in Bulgaria doesn't mean that you are socially okay. That you can still be very poor and can have serious challenges with affordability. And that's why we are claiming, especially when it comes to EU policy discussions, that at least some of this housing stock in Central and Eastern Europe should be regarded and given the same priority as social housing in Western and Northern Europe, because the same type of people with, when it comes to income or possibilities, live as owners in these buildings like tenants in social housing in Western and Northern Europe. And that's why we believe that we should do everything to strengthen reference to homeowners, of poor homeowners in any EU level discussions and in the EPBT as well, that there shouldn't be only mentioning of tenants and social housing, but also homeowners in multi-apartment buildings. Not all of them, obviously. Some of these people are well off, and some of these buildings are very mixed socially, but there's a very huge segment of this stock where you can really talk about big social challenges. So our lens to watch the EPBD is coming from this very narrow angle, and we only focused on some points which would strengthen the position of this type of homeowners and these type of buildings in Central and Eastern Europe. Already the document which came out from the Commission last December contained a lot of good language with this regard, so thank you for that. And now I will only focus about the new positive parts which now included in the ITRE committee draft. We are very happy that there is a stronger language in the EP draft when it talks about the national building renovation plans. There is much stronger language about energy poverty, how to address energy poverty. And also, as just in brackets, we are happy that the term sufficiency was included in the text. We are super happy about the even stronger language on one-stop shops, because that's our main focus. Our projects in Central and Eastern Europe, especially a project called COMACT, which is funded by Horizon 2020, is focused on establishing local resource centers for supporting multi-apartment building renovation. Basically, we are running one-stop shops within this project. The strong language on technical assistance is very welcomed. And we also welcome that the term appeared co-owners. And it already appeared in the Commission text, but there are further references to this in the Parliament text. We believe that this should be even spelled out more to really talk about owner-occupiers or owner-occupiers in multi-apartment buildings or homeowner associations. So this is one point where I think we should still need further fine-tuning of the final text. When it comes to one-stop shops and the technical assistance to homeowners in multi-apartment buildings, I mentioned that these communities have to come together and make decisions about their buildings. So it's not like in the case of public housing or in the case of social housing where the landlord or the non-profit company or the municipality is making the decision about the renovation. Here you have to bring together the majority of homeowners to vote and make a decision. And sometimes it's a very difficult and time-consuming and painful project. And we believe that what is mostly needed in this respect is what we call social facilitation. That part of the technical assistance which the one-stop shop should provide to this type of buildings, to renovate these buildings, is help the community to come together, to understand the relevance of the energy efficiency renovation, and to help them make the decision. And that requires very different skills than the financial design of a renovation or the technical design of a renovation. This is basically a very high level of social work and community facilitation and decision making. I think also the final point I want to make is that there's already reference of giving financial assistance for renovations for owners. We believe you won't have enough subsidies ever to do the renovation of these buildings. And that's why affordable loans are needed, and affordable loans are needed for homeowner associations. And it does exist in several countries, but we need more and more affordable loans, these community loans, where the homeowner association is taking the loan, and there are special loan products on the market already, but we need to scale up these products to be able to finance the renovation of this type of buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad you brought the problem of multifamily buildings filled with owners coming from Spain. I brought a whole list of sentences that we've heard during sessions or community owners meetings that we have heard, but since we are a bit short on time, I won't bring them, but I think that is a very, very important topic, and also the issue of social facilitation or social support, considering those processes, is a must. Just to sum up very, very briefly, I think we've heard the necessity to renovate our building stock. Eva brought that very clearly, but at the same time, I think that the three next speakers brought up some of the barriers or some of the, as I said, the lack of enabling conditions that we currently have. I would like to ask, or just ask our decision makers, what is their point of view on the current text of the EPBD, and what is their position regarding this necessity and the lack of enabling conditions. So we will start with Stefan Moser, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Does it work? Yes, exactly. Okay. Good afternoon. Very happy to be with you, and thank you very much for the very interesting contributions from colleagues. And from the Commission's point of view, it's extremely important to ensure that the overall framework will be, on the one hand, ambitious, but also practical to implement. That there's a clear understanding on the different roles and responsibilities. The member states will have to remain in the driving seat, so there's a European framework, but will have to be filled in, and a full ownership needs to be taken by the member states through the national building renovation plan. So that's a central tool to address the different barriers, of which several have been addressed today: finance, technical assistance, skills, but also clarity on the objectives, on the priorities, what to focus on, and what are the tools, agreed tools, and who does what, basically. That is often lacking, and for that it's so important also to have an inclusive, comprehensive public consultation with NGOs, but also the building industry, the trade unions, to make sure that we anticipate the barriers. It's of course very important to be fully aware of the problems, the barriers, but it's even more important to actually try to address them, to anticipate solutions, because often it takes several years to invest and make things happen. For instance, expanding skills, attracting young people to come to the sector, move over from other sectors possibly, but especially also young people to move into the sector and be attracted through better conditions in the future. So that's the important role of trade unions, definitely, but also the employers to make sure. Also in the view of demographic change, who will leave the industry, what are the numbers, what do we need, and it may in many cases not be even possible to find enough people within the European Union. Even with a fully functioning internal market, there will have to be an active engagement towards people coming from elsewhere, migrants who are interested. Fortunately, there are enough people in the world to address all that, but this needs to be carefully managed also from a political point of view, because of course, as we all know, migration is sensitive, so it has to be politically fully endorsed, and for that we need also democratic consultation and involvement of the different parts of society who need to be there. The EPBD tries to basically address all the different points, but of course not through a centrally fully complete regulation, which just is executed and then everything is done. But it's a directive which requires national implementation. The conditions at the national, regional, and often local level are very different. As Georgi outlined, in Central and Eastern Europe, the conditions are often very peculiar in terms of many owners who are in a similar situation as tenants elsewhere. I think from the Commission side, the focus is on worst performing buildings, whoever and in whatever form people live in there. In whatever form they need support. Often it is finance, but the financing has to be provided in an accessible manner, combined with technical assistance. For that, the one-stop shops will be absolutely crucial. There will have to be essential tools in terms of one-stop shops, internet resources, at the national level, which are the institutions, how do you ask for money, how do you get it, but even more important, at the local level, places to go to, and to have a fully comprehensive set of advice, personalized advice. And for that, we also need multipliers and facilitators. I 100% and even more than that agree with you that this is actually the precondition for any success. Most people are not experts. They have information deficits. They may have hesitations. They may have certain inertia. They have other things in life as well. So we need to professionalize as much as we can and have aggregation at a certain level, and that would be the facilitators, which have to adjust to the predominant conditions in the member states. For instance, in large buildings where there's predominance of co-owners, that this would be the building manager or local facilitators. Similar things, of course, in neighborhoods where there would be individual owners standing side by side, that a neighborhood approach would be applied, a district approach, but also, of course, where there are housing associations, housing companies, commercial or socially motivated, both exists, of course, that they would take care and make sure that the transition, the challenges can be tackled in a socially acceptable manner. That is always the precondition. It will have to remain, as said before, affordable. Affordability is the absolute key. We cannot tolerate in any way that there would be evictions just for the sake of improving the building. There are lots of schemes which will have to be elaborated in a way where this is kept in mind, where basically you pay as you save, for instance, where you would spread over a longer time the additional investments to be done upfront. Usually the payback is very significant and much faster than even just a few years ago in view of the high energy prices. But it is often a liquidity challenge, even for middle income people, a liquidity challenge which will have to be addressed by a combination of public and private financing and support. It's a social and society investment overall, and therefore an opportunity more than anything else. It's a challenge, but it's more an opportunity. It's certainly not a cost. It is an investment, and you recover the benefits from it within a relatively short period of time. But that is basically what the one-stop shops will have to get excellent in, I would say, in providing the full picture to the people, to be clear who provides what, who can help, what needs to be done, what are the main challenges in a particular building, step by step. For that reason, also the building renovation passports will be very important as a tool to do step by step in a strategic manner improvements in the building by focusing first and foremost on where you get the biggest benefits, the biggest gains in energy reductions, energy savings, and greenhouse gas reductions, of course. And then make sure that nothing is done which would prevent further improvements later on. So this is a tool to ensure practical renovations in practice, which are also acceptable for the people living in the buildings. So that I think is absolutely crucial. Of course, the EPBD tries to address also the information gaps, the information challenges, quality of information, but also comprehensiveness of information. That basically there is an approach based on good data, that money will be used in the most effective manner across society. And for that, you need knowledge where actually are the biggest problems. And for that, also energy performance certificates, which would help identify the buildings with the biggest challenges. The worst performing buildings are addressed in the Commission's proposal, but also, of course, supported by the other institutions through many minimum energy performance standards as accelerators. So the job is not just done by just putting maps on those and the rest of the building stock will somehow be left alone. No, there needs to be a strategic approach across the entire building stock. A very important part will be addressed by minimum energy performance standards, but through the building plans at national level, the rest of the building stock also needs to be addressed with a view to making the overall transition manageable towards 2030, 2050, and identify the biggest priorities. Of course, the public buildings are also extremely important, where there are co-benefits, schools, hospitals, for instance, where you have multiple benefits even for society. So this also needs to be addressed as a priority. Of course, the link we have here also to the Energy Efficiency Directive. And I think there's also now a very strong point in solar rooftops in the EPBD through Repower EU, where we basically bring together energy efficiency efforts and renewable energy efforts. Energy performance is both. It's not just energy efficiency, it's energy performance, including renewable energy. Zero emission buildings as a vision which basically optimizes to some extent the interplay of energy efficiency and renewable energy at the building level to have the overall optimal balance basically between the two. And that is something where also we try to make sure from the Commission side that one considers fully also the opportunities at local level, so on-site but locally organized provision of renewable energy and the implications on the grid, basically, that lots of things would have to be addressed and planned at the same time. Local grid, distribution grid, but also the transmission grid. And the building renovation plans, of course, need to be part of the overall picture of national energy and climate plans to address the various bottlenecks at the same time, that we don't run against the wall anywhere, that, for instance, electrification proceeds at the local level, cars, transport, buildings, and then the grids would no longer be suitable or not strong enough. So this is a very important component as well, which needs to be addressed. So a strategic perspective on this, thinking about the entire picture, this is crucial, and that actually is the objective of the EPBD, and of course, therefore, very much of an implementation challenge. So it's fine to negotiate the legal text, but even more important than once it exists, in whatever form it will result, to implement it to the fullest by bringing together the different players, member states, stakeholders, and make sure that we spread the good practices as much as we can. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Very quickly, because we're sort of running out of time, I wanted to thank pointing out that the worst performing buildings are or should be the focus on the EPBD, and I just wanted to mention that the pay-as-you-save schemes that you also mentioned, we think that they should be based on the actual bills, because sometimes they're based on the theoretical calculations with average consumptions, and when we find out linking this topic to the whole energy poverty issue is that households suffering heat and energy poverty would not actually be paying only what they are saving, but they would be paying more and sometimes fall out of it. And besides that, thank you very much for the whole strategic view of the whole plan. We're going to pass the floor to Marcos Ros Semper for his reaction. Thank you very much, Marcos.
Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this meeting, and thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, as I know there is interpretation disponible for all, I think I'm going to switch to my mother tongue, in which I will explain better my thoughts and my thinkings about the EPBD. So I give you the time to put your headphones, and I will start with Spanish. Para mí, como he dicho al principio, aparte de dar las gracias, es un placer estar aquí hoy con todos.
It's a pleasure for me to be here and to debate, to speak, and to share experiences to see how we're going to achieve this transition to this sector, to this building sector that is more should be more sustainable from an energy point of view. But that is also a sector that is accessible and affordable to citizens, because if not, we will have an issue. So from the European Parliament, we are aware that buildings have an important place in the European agenda. They're important. We intervene in this. So, for example, around 40% of the consumption of energy and also around the 40% of the CO2 emissions come from buildings. So we're in this era where we're reducing our consumption and we're reducing our CO2 emissions. That's why we need to put an effort or put an emphasis on the building sector. That's why we're working at the European Parliament, not only with the EPBD initiative, but also before with the national plans on recovery and resilience of the member states. And from my personal point of view and from my participation in different files related to buildings and households, I think that we need to to also pay attention to the social aspect and to take into account vulnerable groups of population. Also, most importantly, because right now we're talking about a topic that is extremely related to energy poverty in each of the households of all the EU citizens. So during the process of revision of this EPBD, of this directive, and also of the energy directive in general, the Commission pressured to establish certain ambitious objectives in order to achieve the European Green Deal. But I think it's at the European Parliament level where we're putting even more pressure in order to have greater and more ambitious objectives at a shorter term, more affordable for every citizen, and that there are specific and realistic renovation objectives. Like recently we achieved an agreement in the ENVI and the IPRE commissions and committees, and we think that maybe we are going to find an approval, like to reach an approval in the next plenary in March of this revision that will end up being more realistic. So from my point of view, from the socialist group, I used to work, and I worked a lot in this topic, and one of my main objectives, and in order to include one of my main objectives in this negotiation, and we ended up, and we hope that this objective is incorporated, it's included in the final version of the directive in the next voting. And I wanted to include the definition of vulnerable areas, of vulnerable neighborhoods related to energy poverty, because we think that it's important to identify those neighborhoods in the European Union that are, for example, that depend on two things. For example, that those neighborhoods, constructed were built like in the 50s, in the 60s, after the war, where energy efficiency was not a main topic. So that's one thing. And also another element is that today that they now have, for example, population or groups of population that don't have that they have low income. So it will be a neighborhood that has bad conditions for buildings, bad building conditions, and also low income. So in the end, it's the perfect mix, is the perfect recipe for poverty energy. So for me, it was important to include this definition in the directive in order to have also in the end measures and results and objectives that are targeted to this type of neighborhoods, this type of sector. So in my work in Bauhaus, etc., I always ask, like if we can invest money in resources in the next year, it wouldn't be. It's not normal to invest money in renewing the buildings if we don't improve the conditions and the welfare and the well-being of the people that are living in those buildings. So we could not. To me, we cannot invest on renewing those buildings if their conditions are not being also improved. I mean, yes, it could be a step forward, that the bills are reduced, but it's not enough, and. I think that we need a paradigm shift. We need to approach this topic from these two perspectives, from these two levels, and I hope that we can use these funds, these resources, not only to improve the efficiency of these buildings, but also to improve the well-being and the welfare of the people living in them, and to adapt these buildings to the lives of the households. So I hope we can do that, for example, by publishing the revision of the directive, and also by the publishing of the initiative and the strategy of the new Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus. That's the paradigm shift. Invest our funds, our resources, not only in rehabilitation, in renovating the buildings, not only a technical investment, but we will be looking at a more holistic and a more central renovation, because this is crucial, right, in this new era, because we're almost at the end of the European Green Deal, of this legislative period, and we have the funds there, but we need to decide and to put it in a bigger speed. So we said it during the morning. Most of the neighborhoods, most of the cities were built in the ages where we didn't have the conditions, the climate conditions and the economic conditions of now, and they also didn't have our type of life, our lifestyle. So we need to take advantage of, for example, of the EPBD and the Bauhaus in order to adapt these new buildings and the building sector to the new, to this efficiency, to this energy efficiency, but also to respect our lifestyle. So also, for example, I think that's why I think it's important to change our mindset and to stop only thinking about technical aspects, only about changing solar panels, only about changing technical aspects, or for example the isolation system or the windows, and to also think and include the lifestyle and the well-being of citizens. This could also be implemented in urban mobility, in public spaces, in order to improve, for example, also our lifestyle, also in the public life. And I leave it there. Thank you very much. And I'm going to continue, and I will conclude in the next few minutes. We spoke about this holistic and rehabilitation and renovation of the building, but it is also necessary because it's also something that has to go jointly with the PVD, and we have also other aspects like security, energy security, fire security, fire safety, and it's important also to assess the whole safety efficiency of the whole building, not only the energy one, but also to decarbonize the building. We also said that we need to take into account the vital cycle of the building from the planning phase, since the drafting of the architecture plans to the demolition. So all of these are aspects or in different comments and that we included and that we gave in the MV committee, and we hope they are included in the final draft that will be voted in March. And the most important thing, I will repeat myself, is that everything that we need to do to decarbonize all the building sector in the European Union will have a social consequence, and most importantly, on the vulnerable population, on the groups of vulnerable people, not only on the architecture, but also on how these citizens, these European citizens, are gonna face or are gonna assess, for example, these dates, these deadlines. How are these people are gonna be able to meet these needs if there is not enough support, especially in the neighborhoods that are more poor, for example. And I think that, for example, this type of new buildings that we will build in the EPBD it's optimal, because what the EPBD wants is to have a strict planning for the new buildings for that to be energy efficient. But I think we need bigger efforts on trying to rehabilitate and renovate the buildings, not in the new buildings that we will build. That it's also included in the new Bauhaus, that it's also included. Finally, I also wanted to mention the Climate Social Fund that is going to be financed by different CO2. And at the beginning of this, fund, the aim or the main objective was to support the most vulnerable people in order to adapt themselves to climate change. Also, I think those families that are vulnerable from a poverty energy point of view, I think they should be also considered. In this topic, the European Parliament did two important things. One is define the energy poverty, something that I said in the past that we also included in the EPBD, in the directive, and also what we wanted is that the national plans include an estimation of how many households and how many users are vulnerable in each member state. And to sum up, at the end, I also wanted to have this opportunity, to mention the importance of cohesion policy. For example, as a coordinator in my group in the Regional Development Committee, I think that it's also this renovation, this rehabilitation wave of that is going to renovate the buildings. It's going to be financed by the resilience and recovery plans, but also by the funds from 2021-2027 belonging to the regional development, and also maybe from the next period of time, from the next 7 years. So I think it is important for us to pay attention to the implementation of European funds that aim to giving more independence to citizens, to have better cohesion, to have a better green transition. We have all these overall objectives that the cohesion policy has. Obviously, we know that cohesion policy doesn't arrive everywhere, doesn't reach everywhere, but we know that the least developed regions, we know that the more vulnerable people might be in these least developed regions. And in the end, I also wanted to say that I also wanted to thank you for inviting me in this event, in this forum, and I would like to also take this opportunity to say that we are in the moment, in the era of change. We need to act now. So, for example, we have more awareness among the citizens, and now we need to start raising awareness about the directives, about the legislation, and how important it is in these directives and this legislation in the building sector that is asking us to change the urban model, the edification model, the building model, and there are a lot of sectors that are touched by these changes and this paradigm shift that we need. We need to mobilize the private sector, the architectures, everyone, all type of sectors, rehabilitation, construction works, and obviously not leaving behind the public sector that should be the leader with the national funds, regional funds, local funds, European funds, in order to support the whole rehabilitation and renovation in the building sector in terms of energy efficiency. So I think today and now we have is the time for us in order to achieve this, and without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much for the forum, and I'm here to answer your questions.
Very, very quickly, I just wanted to bring the and the other framework that Marcos put on the table, the EPBD, the New European Bauhaus, the ED, and the opportunity that this is to renovate the whole building stock, not only for an energy efficiency point of view, but also from a rethinking of the living conditions and the urban areas. And I think that is something that we have to consider. Those buildings were built from 1950 to 1980. They are 75 years old, some of them. If we don't do something about them now, probably we won't be able to do it. And also from bringing the rural cohesion issue, which is something that is also very important regarding renovation as one of the barriers that people find themselves with. I'm going to pass the floor on to Marisa Matias, and then we will have maybe 1 or 0 turns of questions. So think about them and ask them. Maybe we have a turn of questions, and if not, after in the break, you can probably ask some of the attendees. Thank you. Thank you, Marisa. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for the invitation and being the last in this round of discussion. There's a lot of things that I can avoid saying, which have been said, and I fully agree. And just as a general overview, of course, as it was said just now by my colleague from the Parliament, we are not talking about a piece of legislation which is isolated. So it's of course part of a broader proposal, and we intended to do work in such a way that it would be a significant change. I mean, I was working in the last term, I was working in the original directive. This is the recast. We know how poor it was, the implementation of the first directive. So we don't have infinite opportunities in life to do well, and I hope that we can do something proper in this negotiation. But it's quite complex, not only as a file, but also in the environment where we are. And so I have to say that although that I have to admit, and with pleasure, that the proposal of the rapporteur in the main committee, ITRE committee, was a very good one. I think that he had all the dimensions which are important and have been talked and dealt with already here, not only the environmental and climate change approach, but also dealing with social justice and energy poverty, and all the other dimensions were covered by the initial draft proposal. after the negotiations, I would say that the outcome is not as good as we would like to. And nevertheless, I think there are still very important things that that were kept in the final proposal of the ITRE committee that we have voted, and now is going to negotiations with the council. So I think that the Parliament gave at the end a good contribution to this debate and to this proposal, then to come with good solutions. For that purpose, I'm going just to refer a few things which were not mentioned that I think are very important from the Parliament side. I think that the proposal is very good, namely by introducing innovative approaches to this, because we know how difficult it is to deal with it. We know, especially when we're not talking about the energy performance of the buildings and the worst buildings, we are normally also talking about the most vulnerable social groups, so which we need to address in a different way and not let out from this proposal. So from the Parliament, I think that the fact that we have been able to include an integrated district approach might be a very good way of dealing with implementation, and also all the provisions that were included in order to primarily cover the needs of people living in the worst performing buildings. Because as I said, they are normally the groups of people living also under energy poverty, and this has to be a key dimension of our intervention. I think that also it's important to refer to what was already mentioned by the speaker from the Commission. I mean, the one-stop shops, which are defined as public entities, is a very good approach also to deal with the entire complexity. And of course, I would say that an addition, and something which is very important also, and it was referred in previous interventions, has to do with the new provisions in order to improve indoor environmental quality. We are not just talking about the buildings itself, but this is an entire new approach, and the indoor quality, environmental quality is really important. And also, I think, which is really, really a wonderful approach from the Parliament side, has to do with the explicit mention and mandate for grants and fully publicly financed subsidies, which will be really needed for those who need to innovate and cannot afford it. So it's a guarantee that the most vulnerable groups are not taken out of this entire approach. I understand that just for these initial comments, you might see what was a key priority for us from the left. And of course, it had to do with environmental and climate change dimensions, but mainly also with the social dimensions, as we are dealing with different countries, and as it was said before, very different realities, but we have in common not only the bad performance buildings, but also the fact that we have increasing levels of energy poverty and vulnerable groups living in these buildings. So I think these are important contributions, and of course, being a directive, it has to be implemented at national level, so you'll have the national building renovation plans. And from the Parliament side, I think it's quite important that we have also added higher transparency and public participation in the definition of these national plans, because we need to engage everyone and all the different actors, and the capacity to have open public participation and much more transparency, I think, is a guarantee that we can have also robust national plans, and that will be crucial for the implementation. Then, of course, I would say that at the end, the proposal of the Parliament is more ambitious and better than the Commission proposal. We will have to fight with the Council and see how we can implement it. And of course, as I said, also the outcome is not necessarily the one we were looking for, but there are very good dimensions. For the negative parts, I think, in terms of the Parliament contribution, I would say that although the targets for the minimum energy performance requirements are better, I mean, they have increased in respect to the Commission proposal, but as it was also referred before, there were introduced a number of derogations that water down a little bit the proposal. But I also have to comment that these derogations have a limit. They are limited to 22% of the buildings, and previously I was, I don't know if I understood correctly or not, but it was talked like with no limits for the derogations. And another thing which is, I think, one of the weakest parts of this proposal is that we were able to include the mandatory mortgage portfolio standards. I think this is really important, but it is included in the proposal as a delegated act from the Commission, which doesn't give, I'm sorry to the Commission representative, but I mean, doesn't give us the control and the definition, I mean, of the terms which it should be defined. So it can open the door for a little bit of more discretionarity, I would say, and not so in line with what was the initial proposal and that we have fighted for a lot. So I don't want to take much. I'm available also for answer all the questions. I'm sorry I could not be physically present, but in that room that you all are, there's Miguel Gracia, is the one who was working with me in this file. He knows all the details, so I'm sure that he is quite available to also answer to your questions and doubts if you want to. And I think that he knows even more details than I know, and I've been quite dedicated to this file. So thank you so much. And as I said, you can count on me if you need anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the organizers just in case there is time for maybe one round of questions. I've read that, well, Slavica already had to leave, and I think that Marcos maybe has to leave soon also, so I don't know if we have time for many questions. She doesn't know. maybe. Are there any pressing questions? There are some pressing questions. Okay. So we'll just do this last round and try to.
Thank you for the very insightful discussions. I'm Hélène Sibilo from BPIE, the Buildings Performance Institute Europe. And I have a quite maybe a bit provocative or a difficult question for Sorcha Edwards. So you were mentioning the fact that you're a bit worried about the fact that you wouldn't get enough financial support for doing the renovations. And I wanted to ask how you would see the actual text of the ITRE draft report on minimum energy performance standards, as well as the Energy Efficiency Directive, where actually social housing may be exempted by member states, while at the same time some financial support would be secured. So how would you deal with having a preferential treatment for financial support, at least in the EPPD, I don't know at national level, while at the same time not necessarily having to comply with the same requirements as other segments of the stock. So maybe a more detailed feedback on the text.
Also, Marilyn, your question.
I have asked a lot of questions, so I'm happy to.
Okay, so.
Yes, come straight back.
Hello, this is Anna Bayomi from FEANZA, and I would like to ask a question for the participants that know better the financial schemes of the EPDP and how firewood users will be supported who are not paying bills for their largest energy consumption as they are consuming firewood, and if one of the main financing measures is pay-as-you-see schemes, then how these will be replaced in order to enable them to benefit from financial schemes. Thanks.
Yes, so from BPIE, so this is just to maybe start from the point that generally, particularly in the public social housing sector, if a scheme has been introduced at national level, the financing is automatically coming with that scheme. And then the housing organizations would then access the financing and comply with the new regulations. So again, here it's a little bit the other way around. What we're looking at is potentially regulations coming through without the financing in many cases. So there, if we think about the climate fund, okay, we're trying to get certain earmarking there, but of course it's up to member states on how they use it. Similarly with the recovery plan, we have recommendations, and the Commission worked a lot to try to encourage member states to allocate funding to renovation, and that worked in many cases. However, again, it's not an obligatory earmarking coming from EU level. So particularly in countries with high GDP and in some cases very little public funding supporting social housing providers, if you throw in regulations without the financing, we could be looking at not a tool that helps the most vulnerable, but it could be doing the opposite. We could be throwing in a social bomb into the housing sector. I mean, it is a sector, the real estate sector is in general, we've seen it attracts, it's one of the sectors that attracts most finance globally. And it's a big proportion of that is profit extraction. And for instance, I've seen also proposals to bring in real estate investment trusts to boost the energy efficiency in the real estate sector in Europe. We have seen the damage that real estate investment trusts can do in the housing sector, because if they are not properly regulated, they are profit-driven entities. If we are bringing more investment into a sector where the Commission has absolutely no competence to regulate, I know you speak with good intentions, Stefan, on the need to avoid renovations. However, these legislation on rent is at local level. So it's just that there is a risk that if we put extra obligations on a sector which is facing long waiting lists and the renovation targets, and I must say it's actually the most active section of the built environment when it comes to renovation. However, if we have to be very careful on how this is treated from European level, because what we could be doing is attracting more investment without the power of actually ensuring that affordability is maintained at the other end. So there is a need to proceed with care on this matter, and a need to respect the very divergent systems that we have in place. So for this reason, we need an approach from EU level that doesn't throw the cat among the pigeons.
Thank you very much. Maybe, Stefan, you can answer the question of Anna's question on the use of firewood and other fuels when considering pay-as-you-save.
Thank you very much. I think, firstly, I also agree with Sorcha on the need to fine-tune at the national level, basically, that if there will be no undesirable effects or unintended effects, that actually will depend very much on the national frameworks and the local conditions often. And there we need to target very precisely the support schemes. And that applies also to other sources of energy, firewood, for instance. But of course, there are many forms of energy. I think the support should be targeted in a way which makes it fair, but also but also very I would say specific and limited to what is needed to help citizens overcome the investment challenge, the liquidity challenge which they're facing. And that depends, of course, very much on the local frameworks, but also the specific energy needs and the consumption and sources in a building. There's certainly a big pressure on the availability of financing from public and private sources. So money has to be spent very wisely, but also fairly, in a sense that where support is needed, it should be targeted, but of course never go beyond what is absolutely necessary to help people, because otherwise the money would be missing elsewhere. And that, I think, is a general message which requires then fine-tuning at the national, but also regional and local level, what exactly is needed to help people overcome that challenge, the investment and liquidity challenge they're facing in whatever form they live in, be it as tenants, be it as co-owners, or owners of a building.
Okay, thank you very much. We've gone way out of time, so sorry for that. And if they are, sorry, we can try to answer them on the networking break. Just to very shortly close, we've heard again the necessity to renovate our buildings, and we've heard some of the barriers. We lack labor, we lack public support from financing, we lack social support, and we lack convincing our neighbors. So I just wanted to sum up by saying that you have all just become building renovation ambassadors, and we want you all to convince your neighbors to renovate their homes, to convince your nephew that wants to be an influencer to become a builder, and maybe to convince the rich to pay proper taxes so we have the financing. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So for those of you still having coffee in the lobby, come on in. We are going to end today's session at the Right to Energy Forum with a discussion of community energy after Repower EU, opportunities and barriers to tackling energy poverty through energy communities. I'm Marilyn Smith with the Energy Action Project. For those of you who don't know us, we report on energy poverty, where it exists, what its impacts are, and who is doing what to address it, from technology, financing, and social solutions. We have a website called coldathome.today. And I have a postcard that I'm going to hand around to you if you want it. We have a series of 4 podcasts that we did in connection with the Cost Engager network on what it really means to have access to energy as a basic human right. And those podcasts, I have to say, are brilliant. They're the best, well, they're not the best content we've done, but the best content we've done in the last year. So I'm super happy. I'm also part of the Community Energy for Energy Solidarity project, which is a Horizon 2020 project, and Helene is also on that project. What we are looking at there is specifically how can energy communities tackle energy poverty, and so that's part of what we're going to discuss today, but we're going to discuss that for everybody, but it's not only CEAS, we have a very interesting panel of diverse people. We have one panelist who was not able to make it today. His name is Florian Henke, and he's German. I'm going to just start by telling you a tiny little bit about what his work has been about, because it's very relevant to all of the other discussions. And we're going to run this a little bit more like a fishbowl, where I'm going to ask questions to each person, and then we're going to make them sort of transition into the next person. So it's more about answering questions than doing presentations. And we're doing that specifically to kind of get through things pretty quickly and then give you a chance to ask questions. So Florian's work was, with energy prices rising, not only because of the crisis, but even before the crisis, but he wanted to look at how effective it can be for energy communities to help vulnerable households. And so he did a survey he sent it out to the 900 existing energy communities in the EU. And he also did 45 interviews with people in energy poverty, with households in energy poverty. And what he was wanting to do is ask these people in energy poverty, how have you benefited from being part of an energy community? And ask the energy communities, how are you helping people in energy poverty? And what he found from in those who did respond, a third of his respondents said the energy community people said they wanted to be helping people in energy poverty. In fact, only 9 of those respondents were actually helping people in energy poverty directly. And when he interviewed the people in energy poverty, generally he found that they felt very excluded from the energy transition. First of all, they didn't know much about it. Secondly, they found that energy efficiency technologies or the idea of renovation was just beyond their means. But importantly, in relation to energy communities, they're so focused on getting their energy bills paid or keeping their kids fed and just getting through in the day-by-day challenge of being in that type of precarity. They don't have time to think about joining a community or learning about a community, and they certainly don't have the resources to be investors in a community. So Florian found that there was a really big disconnect between energy communities and the people in energy poverty. So we're going to transition now to the rest of this. That's a little brief introduction. And my first questions are going to be to Jan Dupau. Did I say that badly or poorly? It's pretty close, okay. And to tell you a little bit about Jan, he represents an energy community operating in Belgium, both as a generator and a supplier. And they were established specifically because they did want to offer low-income households lower electricity tariffs than most suppliers, and definitely lower than the last resort that comes from the distributor DSO tariff. Yes, distribution system operator, and I knew that and I just couldn't remember it. And so what's interesting from what you told me is that the average energy bill in your region is 600 to 800 euros per household in your system, which is about half of the market price. Is that correct? Some months, yes. Yeah, some months, okay. And so you're actively seeking to engage households as members of your community and looking at new government support schemes by making this the upfront payment. So my first question to you is, your projects have a very clear mission to engage and assist low-income households. Specifically, how do you do this? How do you identify those households? And how do you engage with them? And then the second part of that question is, how do the households benefit?
Yes. So the energy community EcoPower is active for more than 30 years in the region. What we do is we invest in production installations, and we use the energy and we share it amongst the members. And we share it at cost. So that means that our tariff is fixed. It doesn't depend on the fluctuation of the market. That's not for 100% true, because if there is not enough wind and sun, we have to buy electricity at the market to supply at our members. So for a part, less than 30%, we are dependent on the market. But that means that in average, the energy bill of our members is less than the average energy bill of commercial suppliers. And the city of Eeklo, they wanted to involve the vulnerable households into the local energy transition. So they had the right to invest for 1 quarter into a cooperative wind turbine we built last year. And their idea was that they would invest the money, but pre-finance shares of the corporate and put it on the name of the households with energy poverty. So with the advantage on the energy bill, they could start a campaign to pay back the pre-financement from the city. So it is not a cost for the city, because it's a rolling fund, and the people who want to step into the Power Up project program, they just have to pay €3.5 a month extra to pay back for the cooperative share. As told, for 2022, the average advantage of the cooperative tariff was between 600 and 800 euro. So that must make it possible to put away €3.5 a month to buy in your cooperative share. And we wanted it's suitable with the inclusive way the energy community is working. We now have 65,000 members. 70% of them has only one share of €250, and 80% is using the electricity at home. So that proves that people become member, not to become rich out of the dividend, but to get access to locally produced green electricity at a fair price. So it's inclusive. By pre-financing a cooperative share in the name of the households, nobody knows that it's a special social share, we call it, and it needs to be paid back to the city. Nobody knows that. But becoming member gets access to all the services the energy community is giving to the members. And the solidarity, 70% has only one share of €250, but can get full access for the energy bill, and the average consumption of our members is almost 2,000 kilowatt hours a year. But for an investment of €250, you can't produce
2,000 kilowatt hours a year. But the 30% people who invested more money, more than needed for their energy supply, they invest enough to make it possible that the 70% who only had to invest one share can get access to the full amount of energy they want.
It's a great program, isn't it? And I have a follow-up question that you sort of answered, but perhaps there's a little bit more that could be said. Many community energy projects have very tight profit margins to be able to supply energy at low cost, and thus they find it difficult to find the resources to tackle energy poverty. So are you doing more for those households that are vulnerable beyond just helping them with lower energy bills, and how are you financing that part of what you do?
The answer is no. I told you we work inclusive, so the cooperative tariff is for everybody the same because it's energy at cost. But it has an advantage on the energy bill. So it's not a special tariff. It's tariff for everybody. And when we invest in renewable energy projects, we make use of the same subsidy mechanisms for renewable energy projects that the government is providing for the market. So the energy communities make the same access to those subsidies as the commercial developers.
So the fact that you're a supplier is...
Yeah, but the fact that we are producer and supplier at the same time makes it very strong, because we can put the price at a level that the cooperative is making a little profit, but the advantage is going to the members in a fair energy bill. But in Belgium, the support mechanism for wind is much better than the support mechanism for sun. Why? It's possible that you put a wind turbine somewhere and inject all of the production into the grid, and that you can use to share the electricity among the members. The support mechanism for sun projects is based on the auto-consumption. So that means that if you have a lot of injection, the profitability of a project goes down very fast. And that's the reason why in Belgium, most roofs are not plenty of PV panels, but only a part of it. And that's not good for energy communities, because we want the roofs to be plenty with PV and use the injection to share with the members. So that's a lack in the legislation.
So that's an interesting example of where legislation works for one type of energy and not for another in the community sense. Okay, so we're going to transition over now to Helene Schockert, which I always say slightly wrong. Helene is project manager for ResCoop EU, the European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. So she's got a very broad scope of insights. The Federation represents now 1,900 citizen energy cooperatives across Europe. And currently a lack of regulation to support both ECs and tackling energy poverty is a challenge. Within the CEASE project, the Community Energy Solidarity Project, Helene did a lot of research on what are the current regulatory frameworks at the EU level. So what you've found so far in your work in both places is that there's a very strong will, as Florian had, but there's a will to act, but many ECs don't yet know how to do it. So I want you to talk a little bit about how do the findings that you did for the CEASE project, how did it align or diverge from the experience of research that we've heard about so far?
Yeah, it's on. So what I found in the research is that energy communities became a thing in European legislation in 2019 with the Clean Energy Package. We also saw that energy poverty found its way into legislation, European legislation, and in some member states as well. But the two haven't really touched base with each other that much. So it's, well, I wouldn't say that it didn't happen yet, but because we see in Repower EU and Fit for 55 that there are actually a lot of connections made between energy communities or collective approaches to energy poverty alleviation. So that is a good thing. But we see that in European legislation, the consumer empowerment was historically always framed around the transparency and access to information and all of that. So always making more choices possible for consumers to choose within the market. But what that neglected was that a lot of those choices required some prerequisites to actually make those choices, and that is also reflected in the work from Florian. So there were coming so many choices on the market, so many suppliers, so many things that we could choose from, that it became super untransparent, and that we just became like these passive consumers that were, that became very vulnerable as well. And then there was a clean energy package, and then there was this other option. Now you can become a prosumer. That's another option, and you can do that collectively in an energy community. Another option. So it's just if you're there as a consumer and you see all of those options, and even though there's this transparency, I mean it's numbing, and it actually creates vulnerability, and people stay in that vulnerable position because it's a position that they know, and maybe the other position would be more risky. Joining an energy community, maybe it comes with a lot of risk. So that's something that we need to deal with, and we need to understand the prerequisites that are needed to make those choices, and to understand the vulnerability contexts that are preventing people to make actually those choices that we are supposed to make. So I think that that is one thing. So we see that there's more recognition for that, but we also should understand, okay, why is it that people in a vulnerable situation haven't been able to benefit from the energy transition and haven't been able to make those choices. I think another thing that I want to say about that is that there's still a lot of mismatches or gaps between social and energy policy, and that actually creates situations where people might end up trapped in a vulnerable situation. I'm always giving the example of Croatia. I know people that have heard me talk before know this already, but in Croatia, for example, joining an energy cooperative, and this is actually the case in a lot of other countries, but I've researched Croatia specifically because there's also a partner that is situated there in our project. Joining a cooperative is seen as a form of asset creation, and therefore people that are in poverty and enjoy some sort of welfare support, they lose that support when they join a cooperative, even though it could mean that they end up in a sort of collective empowering environment that could mean the end of their vulnerability situation. So I think that these types of mismatches should surely be dealt with, should be identified, and I think they can only be identified if you go talk to the people that are in these situations and just discuss what is happening. And I think energy communities are also particularly good at that. It's not only about lowering energy bills and having a dividend, or it's also, or a secure investment I've heard this morning. It's also about awareness raising, about getting more involved in the energy system, having ownership in the energy system, engagement in the energy system. It's not something that is happening far away, big companies, but it's happening close to home. And I think that is a major difference. And it can also happen close to home as prosumers, and prosumers is like individual prosumers is also a good thing. But I think that collective aspect, working on something together, is also super important. And
Greece is often held up as having really great law for energy communities. And I know that you're going to talk about some of the pros and cons, but just to tell you a little bit more about Chris. He's working with Electra Energy Cooperative, a social enterprise that promotes the active engagement of citizens in renewable energy production in Greece, the Balkans, and abroad. He's a master's graduate from the Stockholm Resilience Center with a degree on social ecological resilience for sustainable development. And he's worked in multiple research projects as an assistant on topics such as the EU Green Deal and degrowth. And he's interested in international climate politics and journalism and has attended multiple UN FCCC COPs. And he's recently joined ResCoop as well. So, Chris, my first question to you is, once I turn my pages over and get a bit more organized. As I said, Greece is often held up as an effective example of effective policy for energy communities to engage in tackling energy poverty, because it actually is a criteria. But can you give us more detail? What was the government-led decision, or did advocacy groups influence this policy? How did it happen? How did energy poverty get into the energy community law?
Is this okay? Yeah. So I think from the get-go, the current energy communities law we have in Greece was actually made by the then, let's say, left-wing government, which explicitly incorporated energy communities as part of the social and solidarity economy. So that was very interesting to see that, you know, the framing was like right to access to energy, collective ownership, and all of that. So one of the specifications in the law is that you can explicitly include energy poor households in projects by energy communities, such as for selling or for collective self-consumption. But they don't even have to pay anything. You completely subsidize their participation. So I feel like that was a combination of bottom-up grassroots organizing, but also the fact that there was indeed a left-wing government in power that was more friendly towards the idea of the social and solidarity economy. I think, yeah, just maybe to go off track for 1 second and to respond to both Helene and Jan, about this idea of the social and solidarity economy, because I think for me, energy communities exemplify a broader reconceptualization, not just of the energy system, but of the economic system in general, right? Like they, as we heard from Jan, or my experience with my energy community in Athens, is that energy communities do not set profit as their goal. Their main goals are social and ecological, such as reducing energy poverty, tackling climate change. And I think, you know, we're the best example, right? EcoPower providing, in the middle of an energy price crisis, the lowest possible energy prices to their members. At the same time that Total or Shell or BP, they're raking in billions in profits, and they're price gouging, and they're causing the energy price crisis. It's not, partly it's the war, but they're actually price gouging right now. And they're reinvesting all of that money in dividends for their shareholders and even more fossil fuel exploration. So, you know, that goes to show that this for-profit capitalist energy system is cannibalizing itself, but it's taking everyone down with it, pushing millions of people into energy poverty. So here, you know, we not only hear of an example of an energy community that is a supplier, okay, that's interesting, but we get a window view, let's say, of an entirely different socioeconomic system. Imagine if we decommodified energy, right? If it was, as it says, right to energy, if it was a collective right that every human being should have access to. So I think that's where kind of these discussions about a degrowth or a post-growth or a post-profit economic system come into play.
Okay. I'm going to switch over to the next one so that you know what, there's nothing that's telling me the time. So can somebody let me know when we're running out of time? I'm looking all over the place. My phone is over there. Yuyi Hyun?
Juan
Close. Is with ICLEI, and I'm going to let you tell us what all those letters mean. Is a Just Transition Officer at ICLEI, a network of local governments for sustainability, and she focuses on how participatory democracy, intersectional approaches, and bottom-up initiatives, paired with enabling governance structures, can help to implement European sustainability goals efficiently and inclusively. And she leads the work on policy recommendations at the EC Squared project, which aims to mainstream energy communities by increasing attention on energy citizenship. So, opening question to you. Your organization is working closely with local governments to facilitate energy communities and to encourage them to tackle energy poverty. Why local, and what kinds of things do governments need to be aware of to be engaged in besides delivering energy to homes? Is there a role for national or indeed for EU policies to make it easier to act locally?
Yeah, thank you, Marilyn, and apologies of giving you many difficult abbreviations. So I indeed work with ICLEI, ICLEI Europe, actually, but ICLEI is also a global network of local governments, meaning cities, city governments, towns of all sizes, municipalities of all sizes, and also regional governments. And why cities are well positioned to work with in the intersection of energy communities and energy poverty is that's first of all the closeness to citizens. So they are able to have the understanding of both the social and financial challenges that people in energy poverty are experiencing, and also provide long-term solutions in this case via their social services and social benefits, for example. So cities have the mandate to promote the long-term well-being of their citizens, and this is in contrast to what national governments and EU can do with temporary measures. And this comprehensive understanding also helps to understand the context that people are in. So people in energy poverty are often experiencing accumulation of many types of vulnerabilities. So energy poors in Europe are not a homogeneous group. So they working with cities help to understand how to target these actions and having them more well integrated actions. And we actually have quite a few examples of our member cities that are coupling social services with energy initiatives, so using those at the same time to tackle energy poverty, but also to advance their climate goals. And adding to the Greek examples, I want to mention one of the initiatives by the municipality of Larissa in Greece. They have set up this civil cooperative where different municipality partners or municipality agencies are also partners, including a social enterprise, which is an agency responsible of social benefits and providing social benefits from housing to food aid and so on. And having them involved in the energy cooperative has helped to identify the beneficiaries for the energy community, but also have these people who are actively able to reach out to these people. So there's a trust relationship, existing relationship to people in energy poverty. And a second reason why municipalities or local government should be involved is that they are able to integrate all the different goals when using energy communities. So energy communities represent quite a powerful tool for local governments, bringing in both all environmental, but also the social and economic goals. So for them to ensure that there's energy security and accessible energy in their communities, but also ensure there's fairness in distribution of energy and transparency also because they're democratic institutions having democratic participation. And thirdly, there's the strength of facilitation. So municipalities or local governments are able to bring in different kind of actors needed in energy communities. So technical partners, local businesses, also civil society actors, which are very important mediator actors here. But still the role of local governments is mostly limited to the implementation of policies, while energy policies and energy supply depend on national level and supranational level. So we need to still give more tools to local governments to actually act.
Okay. I have a second question for you, but I'm actually going to open it up to the whole panel. When I introduced you, I used a couple of terms from your bio, energy democracy and energy citizenship. Do you want to talk a little bit more about what those specifically mean? And if anybody else wants to give us insights into those two terms, energy citizenship and energy democracy.
I can start. I know that there are many experts here in this topic. So what Helen already said, traditionally, the role of citizens in the energy sector has been limited to the consumer role, the more passive role, and focusing more on increasing the acceptance of renewable energies. And the assumption has been that citizens lack the ability or the knowledge or the interest to be actively participants in energy transition and energy initiatives. While in energy citizenship, it's a citizenship-based approach, so approaching energy as a democratic system and citizens having the right to engage and having multiple roles that they can engage from. So being part of energy community is one, and being prosumer is one, but also as consumers, as supporters, as protesters, or simply being citizens. And this is a fairly new concept in energy policy. And in EC Squared, the project I'm working with, we are currently studying what this means for policy. And we find the justification from EU law. So our research has been focusing on studying the EU laws, especially the clean energy package that Helen mentioned. They introduce a lot of elements related to energy citizenship, even though energy citizenship is not explicitly stated. They introduce the just transition elements and the role for energy communities to tackle energy poverty, but also new actors to the energy market, such as citizen energy communities or renewable energy communities. And this justification is where we base our work on, but they are still working within this broader regulative system that is more neoliberal and not recognizing this more active role of citizens. And I'm just using this as quickly promotional break, is that we published our first policy brief today. So also you find it from our website and social media about how energy citizenship can support the current energy policies in EU.
Helene, you look like you're ready.
No. So, yeah, I wanted to briefly react on that maybe, and also reflecting on maybe some things that were said in previous sessions today, because I thought they were super inspiring and kind of triggered a thought process. So I think that we partly, not entirely answering your question, but I also wanted to just say that I think it's, and that's also why Yuyi's approach is also super interesting to have here, is that energy communities, I think they can be leveraged as a tool towards community or citizen engagement and the engagement of vulnerable households, but they should in no way, and I think that sometimes this is a bit over marketed at the European level maybe, like they're putting a lot of responsibilities on energy communities, saying like, yeah, they're playing the social role, and I think, yeah, that could be done, but then that needs to happen with some sort of support as well. And I think also energy communities should not be alone in this. We talked about scalability this morning. Yeah, we need big and bold actions. Energy communities are small. That's also where their strength is. We have big examples as well, but I think that's also where their leveraged strength is. And I think it's especially in working together with municipalities and collaborating with social services and other civil society organizations that are already there, that we can really create a meaningful form of energy citizenship that is accessible to everyone and is also known to everyone. So just to say that energy communities are not a solution, certainly not on their own, I think they can be part of the solution and can be leveraged to work for everyone. But I think that collaboration is really the key word here, and that it's not like, my local government is going to solve it. Yes, or the government are going to solve this. Yes, it's their responsibility to take care of their citizens. But sometimes I also feel like, okay, we go voting once every 4 years, and then we have a government, and I mean, it feels good to be participating more systematically into something. And I think, just having a stake in the energy system is, I think, beyond just... And that's also why I always say that when we think about energy poverty, we always look at these 3 indicators: low income, poor thermal efficiency of homes, and high cost of housing and energy. But I think it's also about a lack of participation of citizens and a lack of involvement of citizens. And
Chris and Jan, do you want to say anything about energy citizenship and energy democracy?
Yes, I see 2 levels in energy democracy. First, inside the cooperatives. It's a way of democratization of the economy, because in an energy community, you have one member, one vote, but also no seats in the board that are reserved for someone. So it should be open, such as in my country, Belgium or Flanders, is the full democracy. That's the system we want to see in energy communities too. If I don't agree with the way my energy community is managed, we can send them home and we choose a new board. And I can be candidate for the new board if I think I can do it better. That's the way it works in a democracy. Second part, the general energy democracy. That means that renewable energy sources are commons. Wind and sun belongs to everyone. So every citizen should have access to renewable energy sources. So that means that there should be legislation that it is possible to get access to the renewable energy sources in your own neighborhood. And there is a connection with the previous speaker and the local government. What we see in my city, Eeklo, first they started with a wind tender. They wanted to build wind turbines on public ground. And then they put a tender into the market with a lot of points on citizen participation, because they wanted as much as possible citizens to participate. And that's why EcoPower, 20 years ago, got the occasion to build one of the first wind turbines in Belgium, and it was the kickstart of the cooperative. Afterwards, they put a sun tender into the market to build PV panels on public roofs with the same conditions, a lot of citizen participation. They did the same thing for building a district heating network. So if a local government is using his democratic force, they can change a lot of things. And what's very strange now, the federal government, Belgium, we asked them, there will be next year a new tender for offshore wind in the Belgian sector, the Princess Elizabeth zone. It will be the last chance that citizens could participate in there. So we asked the federal government, please make it possible that citizens can participate and use the European directive of energy communities to realize that, and they are introducing it into the tender. So in a few years, we as citizens, we will be able to get access to the renewable energy sources of the North Sea, but at the same time, we don't have access to the renewable energy sources in our own backyard, because the commercial developers, they claim every ground by putting contracts with the owners, and they buy the rights to ask permits and build big renewable energy projects. And that's the reason why energy communities don't get access to enough projects to fasten the energy transition.
Yeah, no, I'll be brief because I think the previous speakers were quite on point. I think for me the term here is cosmolocalism. There's the part where you act local, but there's also the global connection, and the global connection is understanding that like Pakistan right now, one of the biggest countries in the world, is having like literally country-wide blackouts because they can't afford the imports of LNG, because Europe is panic buying LNG to keep the lights on. So you do have to make that global connection of how much energy are we consuming in Europe and what are the global repercussions of that. And then the local part is actually through an energy community, rooting yourself in your local community, garnering that local acceptance of renewables, but also having those sometimes uncomfortable conversations of how do we meet our energy demands while leaving no one behind, but also within planetary boundaries. And that is not just about insulating our homes or buying a more energy efficient light bulb. It's about discussing flying. It's about discussing SUVs. It's about discussing industrial meat consumption. So it's about having this broader sustainability like holistic conversations. This is something that we do try to do with our community Hyperion in Athens. We call them the Hyperion cafes. Actually, we copied that from EcoPower, from the energy cafes that they do. And we do have these conversations. We do have a more holistic, we try to at least talk about ecofeminism, or what it means to go beyond just the neoliberal, individualist, consumerist understanding of I'll just buy better and more green. So for me, that is the true meaning of like energy citizenship.
So I have other questions here, but we mostly want to give you guys the opportunity to ask questions to these very interesting people. So who's got some questions? I can see some. Do you have a microphone there? Great. And how much time do we have? Who's got? Sorry? 20 past 4. And we go till 5. Yeah. Okay, we got lots of time. Go ahead.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I am Joan Pons. I am environmental law consultant in Spain. Now we are leading a project to solve the legal gaps between energy communities and energy poverty in Catalonia, not least. But we are trying to know about any other experiences to inspire us. So we have a question. I have a question for Chris. You said that people in situation of energy poverty don't have to pay anything to become a member of an energy community. If you can explain us how it works, if there is a specific law about it. And another question for Helen. You said that do you find some legal contradictions between people who wants to become a part of the cooperative that maybe that they may lose their social benefits? Did you find another legal gaps between fighting against energy poverty, community energies, and, for example, social services? Thank you.
Yeah, so basically the Greek law for energy communities allows them, amongst many other activities, to engage in collective self-consumption. So this means that you build, let's say, a solar park, which is co-owned by, let's say, 50 different people. This is actually the example of Hyperion. We don't have to be very theoretical. I can give you the concrete example. We're right now building a 500 kilowatt solar park outside of Athens, which the energy produced is not going to be sold. It's going to be used for virtual net metering. So it's going to be metered with the consumptions in our houses in Athens. And then there basically what you do is you say, okay, so what is my energy consumption? I look at my energy bills, averaged through the past couple of years, and I say, okay, this is how much I'm going to put in the collective solar park to cover my own consumption. But then what we ask from the members there is to say, you can all put, let's say, 100 or 200 euros extra on top of what is like actually corresponds to your share. And then with that money that is pooled, we subsidize the free participation of energy poor households so that they can get the money from the energy from the solar park without actually having to pay anything. And they don't even, I mean, that's for them to decide, but they don't even have to be a member of the cooperative. So, you know, they can literally just enjoy the €0 electricity bill every month, just like that, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of other mismatches between social and energy policy, I think not as much. I think that is the most selling one, the one that I mentioned, like between that they see it as a form of asset creation, joining an energy cooperative. Like, yeah, you must have some money that you didn't tell us about to join that energy cooperative, so that means you don't need that social welfare anymore. So I think that that is one of the biggest disincentivizing factors, and there will probably be less obvious and similar things happening in other countries as well. But I would say that, yeah, I think that there's also some issues with in some countries with receiving benefits or receiving gifts from when you're in receiving social benefits and all of that. But I would have to look into that a bit further. Yeah, I have some research on that, but I'll get in touch with you. And I also have questions about your your work in Spain as well. So
yeah, I was going to say, why don't you take a few minutes to tell us how things are going for you and what you are doing? And
well, we started the project a few months ago, so now we are trying to understand all the whole system, and we are interviewing some experiences in Catalonia, like Som Energia, that maybe you know about it. And now we are trying to find this, these legal gaps, and then we will make a special report trying to explain how to reform the Catalan and the Spanish legislation to find the best place to put the fight against energy poverty in energy communities. So I'm sorry, but I can't explain more because we are just starting the project.
Just one question. Are you working with the government, or are you an NGO that's advocating?
No, I work as an environmental law consultant with a project financed by the Catalan government. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and just maybe before, I just want to clarify that that it's also a legal obligation for member states. It's in the European directives, in the clean energy package, in the directive where renewable energy communities are defined, that member states are obliged to enable accessibility to lower income and vulnerable households. So they need to deal with those gaps and those disincentivizing elements that may be embedded within their own national legal frameworks to actually enable the accessibility to low-income and vulnerable households.
Who's got another question? Cecilia.
Very fast, so.
Okay, sorry. Hello, I'm Cecilia Foronda from ECODES, from Spain, from an NGO. We are working in energy poverty and also energy communities because we think it's a solution, part of the solution, of course. And first question, I would like to know if most of the energy communities are focused on a PV project, solar project, and I would like to know if some of them are thinking in go ahead to another project like renovation buildings or share cars, something like that, in order to change all of the system and also to include energy poverty, because in Spain we know only one experience with an energy community that do building renovation. This is my first question, and if you are thinking how you are going to do. And another question is, we also research the best way to the best legal way to form an energy community to involve energy poverty. And cooperative is also a bit problematic in Spain because of the dividends and the incomes that you then share with the members. So we do in association. The legal form is association because there is no this kind of issues. But anyway, if you are an association, you have also problems with what happens if energy poor people share money from the heirs of the community, and then they can lose the subsidies. So it's a big problem, and we don't know how to solve. So if you know more information about that, will be great.
Who'd like to answer to Cecilia? Is there?
I think we all have a...
We'll go down the line. Jan, go first.
In Flanders, there are a lot of energy communities who are trying out things to put PV on roofs of families in poverty, but it's not easy. Certainly not in Belgium, because what we have seen the last years is that the legislation is changing a lot. And if you are trying to put a system in operation, then you need a stable period of 8-10 years. So, but there are some projects that try to give a solution to put PV on houses with families in poverty. But one of the toughest things to crack is that often there is a big difference between the profit for the owner of the house and the profit for the people living in the house. And what happens if the people change home and things like that? But there are projects running.
Yeah, no, just very briefly. In Greece, I think the preferred project is solar. Well, because we do actually have sun in our country as opposed to Belgium. And I'm sorry. But also, no, but more seriously, wind is actually quite stigmatized right now in Greece, in the sense that there's been fierce public debates about, private companies and private developers basically installing industrial wind parks in pristine mountaintops or islands that are Natura 2000 protected areas. So there has been, I think, a lot of stigmatization of wind, partly justified, I think mostly unjustified. And I'm just going to go back to what I've already said 3 times, that this, I think, is what differentiates private developers from energy communities. I don't think of any actual, genuine, citizen-led energy community that would say, oh, let's put a wind park in the heart of this bare, protected, natural area. You know what I mean? They would say, how do we best operationalize the small solar park to cover our own needs, but also to minimize environmental impact. So.
I mostly work with PV one-sided. Know the example.
Yeah, I just want to say that to come back to the question about what activities do energy communities do. First of all, to clarify, maybe if that wasn't clear, cooperatives are just one legal form of energy communities. So there's a lot of, like you said, the association. So there might be better legal forms to accommodate people in vulnerable situations. Yeah, so that's something that you should definitely look into, and that is very different from country to country. Apart from that, energy communities are, mostly, or when you think about an energy community, it's solar and wind production, but there's also a lot of activity or a lot of research going into citizen-led renovation. Our colleague working on that is sitting there working hard. And citizen-led renovation, e-mobility, e-car sharing, all of that. So it goes in a lot of different directions, and it has a very holistic view on the energy system. And also, we see that with those different activities come a lot of different challenges. Like, for example, with the renovations, there are some good examples where they also are able to lower the cost of a renovation. We have an example in the SEAS project, for example, where they do some sort of a volunteer-based community renovation scheme, where they not only learn new skills because they are involved in the renovation of their own homes, but they also, by buying bigger lots of supplies, they can lower the material cost of the renovation itself. And also because they are doing a lot of it themselves, they don't need as much professional help with that, which also often costs a lot. So I think that is also, another example of energy communities not just producing energy and selling it, but also just going into many directions within the energy system.
Add one more example here. Many of you might know of GoParity, which is a social investment firm that's based in Barcelona. I think it was started in Portugal, but they initially started asking people to invest in energy generation, mostly through solar. And then they started to do it for low-income communities, and then they did it for social organizations or NGOs. And so they have this group of investors who are willing to say, yeah, I just want, a decent return on my investment, and I will invest in you putting solar panels onto low-income households or onto NGOs so that those people have lower energy bills, and the social organizations can put more of their money into delivering their services and less into to their energy bills. And GoParity has recently started doing the same scheme for renovation projects. So they're, people that have no specific connection to the building or the community, they just want to see clean energy and more efficient buildings get out there. And every time GoParity puts out a call for more investors, they within a day or two, and they have this waiting list of people who are ready to join into the next project. So I think that's a really interesting model, and I'm actually speaking with GoParity about doing a project in my neighborhood. So if you have any kind of idea like that, just reach out to GoParity, and they're super keen to find out who needs investment in both clean energy and in renovation. Who else has a question? Yes.
Well,
sorry, there's one there.
I have already the. Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Lenin Bandres. I'm a member of an NGO based here in Brussels, which accompanying the energy communities in many localities here in Brussels. So we are working since 2019 with many social housing public companies. Directly to starting to building the energy community, but we experiment many problems technically, because there is a new legislation here in Brussels since 1 year. For example, the first one is that there is a lot of paper that we need to start an energy community. You need to make a lot of paper to let it legally in working. Operational. Another thing is a question of investing. And that is a question directly to EcoPower, because, for example, there is a real interest of this social company to put PV on all the whole building that we have. There is a real interest of the people to participate and to make an energy community, but we have not investment to put PV solar panels. So there is there is the money, but there are many problems in terms of marché public, I don't know, tenders and so on. So I would like to know if EcoPower can participate to this kind of project, because I know that in the Flemish region, there is another legislation, there is another kind of system to incentive the energy community, but unfortunately in Brussels, and I think this is something very important to make operational the energy community here. Other thing is that there is a social effect of the thing. I mean, the idea to make community, a community in energy. In my opinion, I mean, in my experience with accompanying many community energy in the social housing, is that the people go to the other people just to make a community, not for money, not for environmental values, but only for make mutualize the experience and to make more resilient in terms of a social community.
Yes, you answered the question yourself. Because of the different legislation, the strength of our cooperative model is that members become owner and use the electricity at home, the connection. We as a supplier, we only can supply in the Flemish region. But to give you some hope, there last year, there is a new energy cooperative in Brussels, Brewpower, which works together with EcoPower. And Brewpower wants to become the EcoPower of Brussels. So you should talk to those people.
Hi, thanks a lot for the panel, first of all. My name is Daniel. I work for GSCC Network. We're a non-profit climate communications network. My question, so obviously I work on communication, so that's kind of my question relates to that, and it's to the whole panel. So thinking about kind of, I guess, unlocking progress when it comes to different levels, like the high policy and legislation level, but also in terms of interest from communities and households, especially low-income households. I think that we've discussed. Where do you see the gaps and the needs? Which kind of stories would we need to hear more of? Which kind of narratives do you think are missing in the media, in the public debate on social media? What would we kind of need to hear more of?
Thank you. This is actually a very good question and very closely linked to the work we do at EC Square. So we also have the psychological research going on what motivates people to join, and testing out these different motives. So it can be more sustainability oriented, or then economic benefit oriented, or then just socially oriented. That this is an ongoing work. What we have, I think everyone here is aware of, that still community energy is not very representative of all people, like how it looks like. So in our engagement, we have struggled to have diversity in our communication as well, because the people who actively join, they represent just being very caricatures here, it's middle-aged white men, so and high income or middle income. So this is also the lack of representation there. Doesn't mean that people who come from outside this background wouldn't be interested in joining, but it can create barriers when you don't see people who are like you joining these. And this is something we are currently studying on. What to highlight and who leads the energy community as well. So our psychology research team is currently testing out or modeling whether energy communities that are led by very non-diverse people, whether they when they introduce inclusive measures inside the energy communities, is that enough to attract people from the marginalized and vulnerable groups, or do we need the leadership also to be different? It's ongoing work.
Yeah, I think that's a good like critical points that you raise there. We need more diversity in the membership of our of the energy communities. I think that's important, and we're also working towards that. I will come back to the question, but I just want to mention that for energy communities now, and it was also mentioned by you, for example, that there's a lot of administrative burdens. It still asks a lot of efforts and a lot of volunteering from the people that are involved in an energy community, and we need to address those barriers and make it easier for energy communities to be set up. And then it will also be easier for people, for example, for women to join when the governance and the business model can be adjusted to those different social groups as well, and the different needs as well. But I think it remains hard for energy communities to just survive in the energy market because it was not built with small decentralized players in mind. And I think once we have solved that kind of question and realize, okay, there are other players here we need to accommodate as well, then we can also create the landscape for other social groups to also to join. And I think that having them join will identify even more barriers and even broaden the movement further. So yeah, it's a stepwise progress. And then to come back to the question about the narrative and communications, I think that we need to, what I always find, especially in climate stories, it's always super alarming, and you feel a little bit disempowered by the fact that, okay, there are so many things going wrong. And I think that for me, the energy system was always a big part of this, and I never saw myself working for it or working in the context of the energy system. But just seeing that also now social stories play a role there in the energy system, and that there's also a search for more social profiles in the energy system, was like really mind-blowing, and it opened a whole new world for me personally. And I also think that just having very concrete solutions more brought into the picture that also work for people that are often home frustrated with the world and with their energy bills rising, seeing something in the news that is reachable, that is close to their home, because there are a lot of energy communities, and there is probably one close to your home. Seeing that could actually be a sort of solution to your disempowered and frustrated feeling, something hands-on, I think that is also something very powerful to have more as a narrative within media. Yeah.
I think the two main problems are that people still think, at least the narrative, is that it's too complicated, or that it's not a safe, let's say, stable, predictable investment, or let's say, investment invokes more for-profit terms, but you know what I'm trying to say. I think I was telling the other speakers just before we started that my parents are my best friends still don't know what I do. So I think yeah, we do have to kind of simplify it somehow. We have to find the right messaging. One of the things we ask for, both in Greece, but also as ResCOOP at the European level, is to create these national one-stop shops. So these focal points where citizens or anyone, journalists, NGOs, can go and access everything from A to Z regarding an energy community. So the finance, the administrative, the legal, the technical. And some countries are doing that. The Netherlands is doing it, Scotland is doing it. But we want to see it everywhere. And for the financing part, we are going through an unprecedented moment in European history, in the sense that we now have the Recovery and Resilience Funds, we have the new multi-annual financial framework, with the cohesion funds, we have REPowerEU, we have the modernization funds. So there's truly hundreds of billions on the table that could be used to repower communities. Right now we are doing this project as ResCOOP to map whether countries are actually earmarking money for energy communities. But also the devil is in the detail, because you do have a lot of corporate capture, you do have a lot of fake communities which are just basically like I don't know, Total entities that are, pretending to be citizens. So it is also about looking at where the money is actually going. So I think simplifying and financing. I think these are the.
In communication, there are a lot of nice, good practices that can be shown from bigger energy communities and smaller energy communities with startup. The nice thing is that in the DNA of energy cooperatives is collaboration. We see it in Flanders. For instance, one of the cooperatives is focusing on mobility with electric sharing cars. So the network they are developing is accessible to all the members of all the energy cooperatives of Flanders. EcoPower as a supplier, there are more than 10 energy cooperatives in Flanders who use the license, the supplier license, to bring their production to their members. So we share the license, things like that. But key is the good translation by the member states of the European directives. As you said, what we see in Belgium is that some energy companies, they declare themselves as we are an energy community, and that's killing the whole idea. So that should be stopped.
One of those things we need to ban. There was some discussion of bans today. Good. Who else has a question? Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim from the Sunrise Project. My focus has been on financial regulation and limiting the flows of money to fossil fuels, but also increasing investment in renewables. And Chris, you started to touch on this, I think, with the finance. But I was just wondering, quite a general question, like, quite quickly this model needs to be scaled up quite significantly. Like, what are the main barriers to rapidly scaling up, like the amount of cooperatives that exist? And I have a particular interest in what financial limitations there are to starting up projects and what that financial structure looks like that underpins the projects, and what are the main barriers there.
So, shall I start? I think there's definitely a lot of incumbent, let's say, backlash and corporate capture. Jan, if you want, I can pass you the microphone after to tell us about what you were saying, that you can't find land because all of the private companies, which also happens in Greece, large renewable energy developers are applying for these gigawatt scale projects, basically congesting the grid and not allowing for smaller communities to even do like a 100 kilowatt solar park for self-consumption. This is a specific example, literally with these numbers and ratios in the north of Greece, in a lignite region that is undergoing a transition. And you literally have a couple of people trying to do a self-consumption project for like 50 households, and the grid operator is telling them, no, you can't do it because the grid is congested. And then you have the public power corporation, which is no longer public because it's been privatized. Neoliberalism, which literally has applied for a 2 gigawatt scale solar park, right? So I mean, there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance there. So I think that there's a big part of that, the corporate capture and the incumbent backlash. And I think specifically for financing, a lot of banks will not give a loan to energy communities because they don't understand them. They're a new legal form, so they do have to go through at least their first project in a very risky own capital kind of phase. There's no specific guarantees that are given, let's say, from the state to the banks to say that, look, I can de-risk your loan as a state institution, through a development bank, for example. And this is something that also the RRF can come and play in, right? Like, you can use the money from the RRF to say that I will subsidize the interest of the loans, or at least give guarantees for the loans, for the money to actually reach the energy communities in a replicable way. I think that's definitely one thing. And the other thing is, the lack of the startup, let's say, grants or any sort of help because we're talking about like 50 local people, right? And they have to go through all of the procedure to get the paperwork, to apply, sometimes to participate in a tender. It's extremely expensive. So how do you navigate that without any sort of external support? Again, in the Netherlands and Scotland, we do have these revolving funds where communities are given grants to participate in a tender, and if they actually do make it to the development phase of their project, the grant turns into a loan. So because they will develop the project, they will get their money back, they have to repay the loan. So that's an interesting example, I think. I don't know if
what we see in Flanders is that we are doing the first projects together with an experienced energy community and a starting up energy community. So that has the effect that they have a steep learning curve. By doing a project together, they learn a lot. We have the advantage that we only need a bridging loan with the banks because we open the total investment up to the citizens with citizen capital. And what we see is that very fast the money is raised. So once the banks see that it's very easy for the energy community to raise money, then the following projects they can do together, and they gain trust with the banks.
Good. We're down to 5 minutes, but I will give one more question to. Is there a microphone close by? Is there any questions on the set? One more. Okay, we'll do two more questions.
I'll be super brief. When people say that, they never are. I'm Laura from We Move Europe, a campaigning organisation. And Chris, you just mentioned that you're doing a project about looking at where the money is available. Could you say just a little bit more about that? Is that at the Greek level, the EU level? It'd be really interesting to know. And maybe a super easy question to all of you, which is if representatives of the EU institutions were here, I don't know if they are, what would you be saying to them about, related to your question, what are the specific barriers that the EU could be enabling or easing for you at all your levels?
Let's ask your question too, and then we'll answer both.
Thank you. I'm from Sarah Capuzzo from Enostra, a cooperative in Italy, an energy cooperative. I was talking about the experience this morning. And we are a national one. We do production and we are a seller. And we are helping some local experience, about around 30 projects of energy community. Most of them are promoted by local authorities. And because and this is very important because people locally, especially in small villages, trust the mayor, so it's somebody that can be followed easily. And we support them technically, and we support the campaign to collect people and to explain what's the goal and to decide the rules together about the repartition of benefits, or the sharing of benefits, or some, in some cases, how to fight fuel poverty with producing a small amount of money that goes for vulnerable consumer, even though they are not member of the community, just for the municipality to use those money. And one of the things that is happening to the local mayor is that they are flattened, come si dice, corteggiati? Flattered by the big player because they want to use the public roof or the public surfaces, and they ask for help to be able to fight against this land grabbing, because in most cases it's just private farmers that are asked without the municipality knowing that, and they are interested in earning easy money, and the risk is that the landscape is destroyed or changed for good. So it's something, it's difficult to understand when a project is a good project, and we are doing a lot of job to help them, and we are thinking about doing a documentary or something that help the local authority and the movements, because sometimes movements are against with a right to be against, some other are just against without a good reason. So it's not easy to make clear and to give the information and the tools to understand when a project is something to be supported or something to be blocked. And I want to know if you have, but you said that there are some experience of big player, and that in some cases we've been approached from this player because they want to use us and our credibility to be accepted by the local. So we avoided this, but it's not easy because they are pushing, and there is an urgent need to help those local community.
I think I'll hit two birds with one stone there about the financing and the policy requests. Yeah, it's a European-wide project. We're looking at all EU 27, at least we're trying to, and we're speaking with national campaigners that are kind of looking through the cohesion, RRF, modernization. They're scouring through them and looking at, the devil in the details, like, are the energy communities mentioned? To what extent? How does the country define energy communities? Because you have a lot of, you have Hungary saying that energy communities are just municipalities. Okay. You have Greece now coming up with a new law that says that 15 companies can make an energy community, which is completely against the EU law. So I think, that's the EU-wide rescue project. And then our policy request, which is we are going to have meetings with policymakers once we have a live tracking tool of how well each member state is doing in integrating energy communities in financing programs, is going to meet with the policymakers and say, look, this is what's happening. You do really need to not only make sure that there's money for energy communities, but that it's actually transparently, with accountability, reaching local communities. And I think Italy is kind of doing well in that it's earmarking money for regions and then setting social criteria in tendering and saying, you need to have citizens in, you need to have energy poor households, you need to create jobs. So it has this multi-layered. And just, sorry, very quickly to say that if there's campaigners here that want to contribute to this project, we do value your info in examining these financing programs.
Thank you. I want to answer the question about the EU level barriers. So introducing the clean energy packages and the directives for that enable energy communities has been great, and this is translated then into the national level. But in this translation process, we need to make sure that actually when it's translated to the national level, it would actually have an impact. And then this means that we have to have a review of policy coherence in the national level. So we have seen these mismatches when it comes to the social policies, like housing-related policies and so on, and this difficult regulations that people are trying to navigate when they want to set up energy communities. So it's not enough for EU just introducing these legislations, but also support national governments in implementing them, and also including these targets or goals like tackling energy poverty with energy communities. What does it mean in the national context, building that into the national level? So this is something still has to be done, and we have been happy seeing also the increase of tools provided by EU to support national level and local governments in implementing these directives directly. So, for example, the Energy Communities Repository, EU Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, and so on. So it's very direct support, but we also need to have this review of policies and incorporate them in.
Yeah, and actually I don't have to say that much anymore because you already said it all of it. But I would just say that we see that there's a lot of community washing and corporate capture by big companies that see that community thing that's getting popular, and who is this new player on the block. But I think that also testifies the viability of the whole movement, and it's getting hot under their feet. and they also realize that, okay, this renewable energy transition, maybe, yeah, we are going to need the approval and the participation of people, of actual citizens. So I think that it's both worrying, but it's also something that we should take as an opportunity, like say, like, okay, we're doing something that is waking people up, that we're also here and we also want to participate. And for the EU level policymakers, I would say, yeah, in that regard, defend the concept from people corrupting it. Recognize energy communities, and then also recognize in their social role and as part of a broader solution, as part of collaborations with social government, with local governments, with social services, all of that, and especially those collaborations which are super valuable, and then create the right incentives and guidance frameworks like you said. So yeah, don't have anything else.
I just want to give an example, a good example of the Netherlands. In 2019, they had the climate agreement law, which included that for big wind and solar power plants, that developers are obliged to create a participation plan with citizen participation up to 50%. That has to be agreed with the municipality before they can ask a permit. And that's a big change, because that makes renewable energy sources available for the citizens in the Netherlands. And that's why we ask our government to do the same thing in Belgium and in the Flanders region, because that creates the level playing field the European directives ask from the member states for citizen initiatives.
Great. I'm going to tell one little story to close, and it's from Selco Foundation, which is based in India, and they've been doing off-grid electrification of the poorest, most remote communities for about 20 years. And they said right from the beginning, we can do a business model even for these super low-income people. But what almost bankrupted them was creating the ecosystem that could make that work, going out and talking to banks and convincing banks to give loans to low-income people and getting the policy in place. And I said, that's the whole part that nobody will pay us for. And so I think we're a bit in that situation right now in the EU. It's like, yeah, go do these, but there isn't that sort of ground level work or financing to say, well, you know, we do need to educate our banks, and we need to educate our local municipalities, and we know how to create an energy community, but we need to get everybody behind this. So I think that's maybe one of the next challenges that we can look at and take on. And thank you. That wraps up today. Thank you to the panelists.